Okay.
Okay, Jen, I'll keep 2 copies for, we have the ETAs, I'll get them. Emily. Hey, I just want to-
think it'd be good to start with some introductions, go around the table each side, and so everybody kind of knows who everybody is. I know we know each other very well, but for those that don't, it would be helpful. Also, wanted to recognize another school year gone by as we kind of climb in already, feels like, into the next school year. Where I know I speak for the rest of us, we're hoping to make some more progress today, working together in the interview. So I'll start again. My name is Terry Harmon. I am counsel to the school district.
So I'm Wayne King from Human Resources.
Hello, I'm Kathy Weber, Director for Budget.
Brendan Asman, Deputy Superintendent of Operations. Mike Beautis, Chief of Staff.
Oh, wait, let me get that. Be the mic holder.
Logan Lowry, Government Relations.
Parker Raymond, Human Resources. Jay Wynn, Benefits and Salaries. Cynthia Preston, Human Resources Student Success.
Dawn Sapp, Curriculum and Instruction.
Phyllis Bruce, Insurance.
Gretchen Saunders, Business and Finance.
Lola.
I'm Morgan Mousley. I teach at Tokoi Creek High School, and I'm the chief negotiator for SJEA.
You can't do it.
Tammy Whitaker with FEA.
We'll let you.
Denise Sutler,
Samuel.
Language Pathologist.
Oh, sorry.
Jess Bashada, Data Minute.
Kate Downey, SJEA President.
Good morning, Sally Cunningham, Hartley Elementary School.
Lisa O'Rourke, ESE Teacher, Wards Creek Elementary School.
Jennifer Jurek, Crookshank Elementary.
Okay, so to begin with this morning, we wanted to go through the committees and committee reports. We talked about this at our last session. A lot of the ideas for the work actually came from the session that we just concluded in October of last year. So the order today will be Ms. Weber and yourself. We'll go through the product from the supplements committee. Dr. Antonio Scott and Dawn Sapp will connect on the PLC, which I think became part of the planning piece. We did conclude the differentiated pay work. Ms. Raymond and I, Ms. Dowdy, will work through that. The insurance committee recommendation, I think Jay Lynn will present that. And then Greg Garrett with some of the budget pieces related to SLPs, and then work through compensation later on in the agenda. And our proposal from there would be obviously break a little bit for lunch, come back with the counter proposals that were progressing with us. We do have some MOUs that you'll see, and that obviously protects what's in the articles. And your counter proposal, and then we would conclude with compensation. And probably be finished by 1, I would have thought.
We're taking a 15-minute lunch.
The air is on. Okay, so Ms. Weber and then Morgan.
Good morning. So our task was to review the Article 17, which is 17, yeah, 17, regarding supplements. I will tell you that I can't remember the last time we have kind of looked at the individual supplements. A couple of years ago, we actually did increase from the cost of the points from 196 to 250. This gave a team the opportunity to really look at what are the supplements listed in the contract, what may need to be updated, and what may need to be added. So Morgan, I'll say who was kind of on the administrative side, and then if you'll speak about your team. So on the administrative side, we had Kyle Dresbach. He is our regional superintendent. He has been a high school principal and assistant principal, and he works with our middle school and high school principals. Emily Harrison, who is over our career and tech ed academies. And so we know that there are supplements that are tied to those programs. David Simpkins, who's the administrator who works with all of our athletic directors and the athletics So it was important for him to be on the team. And then our principal representative was Jay Bullets of Tokeway Creek.
On the SJEA side, we had myself, who is a high school teacher at Tokeway Creek High School. We had Keenay Sedler, who is a speech and language pathologist. We had Christopher Tomlinson, who is a teacher at Nice High School, and Jessica Gellers, who is a school psychologist.
So I was going to just go through the process of what we did, and then Morgan will specifically go through the rankings and kind of what we came up with. But kind of the gist of it was a kind of a one. So there was no bucket of money that I could come to the table. I was not the director of budget. I was just somebody serving on the committee. And so we did not have a budget. We just had a task, and that was where should we go with the supplement. So that was just bring every idea that you possibly could bring, talk to your peers, try to get information, research other counties. And so we identified our surrounding counties, and then we identified like-sized counties. And so we all took the task to kind of compare and look at other districts to see what they do and what their supplements look like. From there, we kind of each reported out on what we found. Everybody kind of had homework at each time. And based upon that information, we came back and just started making a list of everything that we could think of. We didn't tie anything to money in the beginning. We just made a list, and then we talked through what we believed should or should not stay on the list. And I don't really think there was anything that we took off unless it was something that we felt like was already in there but called possibly something different. But for the most part, everything is in there. So we had two, then we broke it into two. We broke it into supplements that are already in the contract that we were going to kind of refresh, and supplements that were not in the contract that needed to be added. After that, we then costed it out. So trying to determine how many positions, how many schools actually could potentially have the activity, and what that dollar amount would be. So obviously for the ones that are already in the contract, the calculation was just what is the increase to that current supplement. And then based upon the number of schools. And then your new supplements were multiplied by the total number. And obviously that is a total calculation. Then the team took individually, we all took our spreadsheets and then we ranked where we thought the focus should go from 1 to, I think we ended at 24. You'll see that a couple of them that are in our top 15, we've actually numbered together because you couldn't do one and not do the other. One is women's, one is men's. You're certainly not going to rank one higher than the other. You're going to put them together. So at that point, the only other thing I do want to say is we met several times. I hope Morgan agrees with this. I felt like it was really good. I felt like everybody participated. Everybody felt like they had a voice. Conversations.
They have voice. You want the
Conversations.
Conversations. No, there it
Here we go. So conversations were very good and very open and very respectful. So I really, really appreciated that. And I know nobody really enjoys necessarily being on committees, but this time I really felt like I look forward to it. It was a very, very good team. I wouldn't change things.
I would agree. So I'm going to talk through the supplements just because I have a little bit more experience with how these function within the schools. So the first two that you'll see on the list are SLPs and school psychologists, and we are recommending that they each get a $6,000 supplement. The reason being that if you were to break down what SLPs and school psychologists are making in other districts with certain schools are including supplements for these positions because they require special licensure, different certifications. There's just more to their job description, and they often don't have time throughout the day for planning. Like their job is a lot different than a teacher. So if we broke it down by how much they make per hour, our SLPs and school psychologists are at least $5 an hour less than many in surrounding counties and like-sized districts. And so we recommended the $6,000 supplement for both would put them at about average in surrounding counties and like-sized districts. The next one on the list is department chairs. I think we had a conversation about this at the table last bargaining year, so in the fall. They are currently capped at 12, getting paid for each person in their department at 12 people. We have a lot of academies who have larger departments now. I think one of our biggest academies is 1,900 students, so that requires a bigger team. We have a couple of high schools who also have almost 20 people on the team. It's usually the core subject areas. So we decided to get rid of that 12-person cap and just pay them for each person that they are a department chair for. And so that's just the difference of any schools who currently are capped at 12 that have more than 12. That would be how much it would cost. Up to 20, yes. I think right now our biggest is going to be 20 next year. So deans, this is for high school deans. They were currently have the same supplement as middle school deans, and they have quite a bit more responsibility in terms of the amount of games that they need to attend and after school activities that they need to attend. So we are recommending that their supplement increase by 1,000. And so that's what that would cost, because we have 26 deans in high schools currently. There is currently not a debate team supplement in the contract. There are a lot of St. Johns County schools who in the past 2 years have created debate teams that actually go to competitions regionally and at the state level. I would say anywhere from 3 competitions to 7 are what is usual. They're practicing every week. The competitions last on a Saturday for about 12 hours, so that's a lot of time that's required, and it also brings the schools quite a bit of notoriety, and so we felt that they deserved a $1,500 supplement if they have a competing debate team. This is a separate supplement. There is currently a supplement for debate club, which is just the one $250. So if you want to have some kids in your classroom after school and have a debate with the kids in your current classroom, that would be a $250 supplement. But this debate team, again, you have to compete in competitions. We have head track and assistant track. We added that they get an extra, I think it's like an extra point if they're coaching both girls and boys, because of just the amount of logistics and the amount of children that would then be on the team. And that was the only sport that you could coach both at the same time that didn't have that stipulation. So we decided to we felt that was necessary to add that stipulation. And you'll notice again that ranking is 6 for both head and assistant, because you would need both of them and one of them should not be left off of that. So we ranked those the same. Academy club supplements for schools that do not have the academy. So this would be, for instance, if a school that does not currently have the teaching academy wanted to start a teaching academy club, we decided that those should be added to the contract. So that's a $250 supplement. And you'll notice that if you skip down to 9, it says academy team supplements for schools that do not have the academy. So all of these CTE teams can compete. So if they are going to these competitions, we felt that they should get the $1,250 supplement. So again, these are 2 different things, right? With the academy club is you're just meeting after school with kids who want to be teachers. The academy team supplement would be they're going to that state level competition and competing. So it requires a little bit more time and responsibility there. National Technical Honor Society is a new honor society that is at a few schools right now, and I would assume it's going to be at more schools. It is very similar to NHS, but it is just for, I think it's CTE, right? It's for CTE type students, and so we felt that deserved to be in the contract. That one, yeah, it's a $500 supplement. In comparison, NHS is $750. So we felt it was probably not as big as NHS is, but still deserved the pressure and responsibility. If you go to number 10, it says increase athletic supplements so that all have a time factor of at least 7, except for spring football. The reason being is that most sports are year-round now, right? Like the baseball is technically a spring sport, but they are holding practices and kind of scrimmages and those sorts of things in the fall as well. So we felt that these coaches are actually coaching year-round. They deserve a little bit more money in regards to that. We left off spring football because spring football is a separate supplement in the contract. There is already senior women and senior men at high schools. It is a club that they typically do like service projects. It really varies from school on what it is that they're doing with these senior girls and boys. There are some schools who have started a junior women and junior men club, and there is currently not a supplement in the contract for that. So we felt that that was an important thing to add. National History Day Club is similar to the STEM Club, where they are putting on some sort of a history fair, and they're meeting with students. And so I think that one is a $500 supplement right now that we decided to think should be added, or recommending be added to the contract. And then we have increased all athletic supplements in pressure and responsibility by 1 point. This was really just in looking at like-sized counties and contiguous counties, that would kind of put us in line with all of the other counties. So that's the top 15. That would cost the district $1,038,450 if we were to add all of those. Again, these are the recommendations of the top 15 that we came up with as a team. That does not necessarily mean that both bargaining teams are going to agree to all 15 of those. This is just from the committee. We did include the last half of the supplements because to add all of them that we are recommending would cost an additional $36,000, which is not a lot in the grand scheme of things. So we just included that for the teams to look at. But again, you've got head and assistant football getting some extra points there just because of the pressure and responsibility of our football teams. NHS, Mu Alpha Theta, senior sponsor, and yearbook, I think we decided to add 1 point for pressure and responsibility to each of those because they also they require a lot of time, and they are important clubs in the high school level. You will see at the bottom that there's a dual enrollment MOU and a middle grades digital tools CTE MOU. And basically what this is if you are teaching dual enrollment, you don't currently get any sort of, I guess it's not really would we consider it a supplement?
Well, we do, just because states like APIBA
Right.
statute requires maybe additional compensation.
Right.
The way to say
Yes.
it.
Additional compensation. So if you currently work in a high school and you are teaching IB or you're teaching ACE or you're teaching AP, you get $50 for every student that passes your test. If you are teaching dual enrollment right now, which requires a master's degree in that subject area, you are not getting anything for teaching those classes. And so what's happening at the schools is it's hard to find dual enrollment teachers because they're like, why would I teach dual enrollment when I can teach AP and potentially get this extra money at the end of the school year? This is self-funded because the school is getting the money from the state for these kids in this program. So it would not cost the district anything additionally. It's just going to require the schools to kind of reallocate some of that money back towards the teachers. Same with the middle grades, digital tools CTE MOU. All of the CTE courses at the high school level, if they're passing certification exams, they are getting money from the school. And currently in middle grades, digital tools, they are not. And so we would recommend that they do that as well. Again, it is self-funded. Kathy can probably speak to that one a little bit better than I can.
So I just want to add one more thing to that is we are double checking a few things on the middle grades, digital tools. We want to just make 100% sure that that funding source can be used in that manner. And so we don't ever want to distribute funds and then have to take it back or get it X marked by the auditor. So we're just doing a little bit more research to make sure that we follow the law and we do what's right. But the intent is to compensate.
Good job, Morgan.
Thank you.
Much better than I could.
Just a quick clarification question for the committee.
Yeah.
So when I'm on the sheet that we've got
Mhm.
and looking at current supplement pay provisions in the collective bargaining agreement, some of these are new.
Mhm.
Like school psychologist, new supplement,
Correct.
from what I see, where it references like down on rankings 14 through 24, where some of those already appear within it. Is
Yes.
this an addition to what's in that, or how should we read that?
So Cassie can show your team our spreadsheet that will break down the point value and whatnot and like what we're intending on adding. But for example, NHS, yes, that's currently in the contract. We are recommending that they get an extra point value, so they would get $250 more than what they're currently getting. And so that's the number that it would cost the district is $2,250 based on the number of high schools that we have that would be able to have an NHS program.
And then, okay.
But yeah, so Kathy has, when you guys go and caucus, she has like what are actually new supplements and what are we're just changing or adding things to it.
Okay, thank you. The second presentation this morning, our feedback from the committee is Dr. Scott and Ms. Sass.
Antonio, you're gonna take the mic here for,
Do you want to take this?
Person word.
yeah, you want to stand?
Is it all right if I stand?
Yes,
Is it okay with everyone? I'll be more entertaining.
Yeah, I understand.
Good morning, by the way, to everyone here in attendance on both the district side as well as the SJEA side, and all those that are sitting here in the house. My name is Antonio Scott. I am the Director of Professional Learning. Prior to that, I spent 5 years working curriculum supporting K-12 visual and performing arts and physical education, and then I spent 1 year as principal at Harvard. So after 7 years here, I feel like I have a bit of an understanding about the culture of St. Johns County. Plus, I'm married to a woman whose family has been here for well past 7 or 8 generations. So I think I'm an honorary St. Augustinian as well. I do have some handouts. I only have 10 for each team, so hopefully that will suffice. And I will do my best to be brief, succinct, and comprehensive in terms of what the advisory committee arrived at in terms of recommendation. I would like to preface that with, we were not, and we did not see ourselves as a committee that was a decision-making committee, but rather a committee whose sole purpose was to provide comprehensive recommendations based on our charge. The charge through collective bargaining and guidance from Mr. King was that we were to look at our structure, setup, norms, and ways to qualify data with recommendations for a systemic approach to PLC. That's quite a bit, that's a mouthful. So when you think about it in terms of culture and what that means for contractual agreements and collective bargaining, that really is a continuum of efforts and transformation in terms of how we not only continue to embrace professional learning communities at the benefit of our children and for the benefit of skill building for all of our educators, but more importantly, how do we renew our commitment and clarify and define it in a way that the majority can be invested in it and it not, or reduce and mitigate any kind of reticence or consternation when it comes to professional learning communities and PLCs. So I do want to remind you who the participants were. The teachers designated through SJE were Renata Bolello. She's actually here. I'm delighted to have her with us, and she's from Freedom Crossing Academy. Christy Brown is here. I think I saw Christy walk in. She's from Allen D. Neese High School. She was a high school rep. Andrea Clark represented Sebastian Middle School in the middle school grades. Danielle Kicksack from Valley Ridge Academy represented our K-8 voice. Taylor Middleton from Wards Creek represented our elementary school. And Allison Shockey from Valley Ridge represented our grades K through 5 teacher voice. She's back there too. See, we did everything virtual, so seeing people for the first time is really awesome. So thank you for being here. Now, in terms of our teacher leaders, we as well had representatives from all school levels. That was Mr. Bergamasco from Beachside High School, Gina Fonseca from Freedom Crossing Academy, who now also is the principal of Nice High School, Catherine Goodrich, who is also here, delighted to have her here and appreciated having her voice and contributions. She represented the elementary voice. Dr. Kenneth Goodwin from Mill Creek Academy, Guy Harris from Lander Middle School, and Amanda Riedel from Pine Island Academy. So those were the individuals who made up the committee. I would also like to preface this by saying my role was solely as a facilitator. It was not to move the collective in any particular way, but rather to facilitate a process where information could be collected, analyzed, interpreted, synthesized in a way that we could present and bring back to this collective bargaining team. And so if you'll notice on this document, which is what I'm going through, what informed the point of entry for this work? And I've summarized it succinctly. Reviewing what the current St. Johns County Professional Learning Community's mission and vision statements were. That was our entry point. So context is really important. So what are they? Our mission is excellent instruction for every student every day. The vision for PLCs is that through the PLC process, all collaborative teams will share the responsibility of ensuring that our students demonstrate readiness for the next stage of learning. Entry point 1. Entry point 2, schools, principals, teachers, they're all on a continuum of understanding and implementation when it comes to professional learning communities. So acknowledging that is very critical. What are those stages of that continuum? Initiating, implementing, developing, sustaining, and full implementation. And with the sheer number of schools that we open here every year in this district, we can understand how this continuum ebbs and flows depending on the makeup of any school community. That's the second entry point. The third entry point, the superintendent provided us with some expectations for PLCs that were communicated to principals at the leadership retreat last year of 2023. Those 6 expectations were clarity of purpose, collective norms, presence, identify roles and responsibilities, understanding the 4 PLC questions, and designated time. So again, those were our loose entry points, if you might say. Now, what guided the work of us subsequently, if that was our entry point? We looked at perceptual data, 2 forms of perceptual data that we consider. So I'll just explain that briefly. I led the team through a force field analysis, and those of you may be familiar with that process means we took what our charge was and said, what's driving this? What are all the elements that are driving this? And then we consider what are the barriers or preventers that are preventing us from being able to meet what it is that we would like to do, which is have some greater increased common understanding in professional learning communities. Again, as a way that I said, the majority of the stakeholders can always be invested for the benefit, not the detriment of our students. In that force field analysis, I led them through an elementary group separately. We did middle school and we did high school. Is that Andrea? Hi, Andrew. We have another person, teacher rep. I just saw a face again. I didn't say it, but everything was virtual. We literally did this in 8.5 hours of work virtual through 7 sessions. So I think that's important to acknowledge as well. So the force field analysis, after going through an exercise on 2 separate sessions, we whittled it down to 3 areas of impact: student impact, teacher impact, and what's the impact on the system. Now, what I have for you today is the PLC survey, which was the other component of the perceptual data that we reviewed. And I'd like to just take you through that briefly. We're not going to do all of it. There were 15 items, but there are some that specifically directly relate to what you're considering and discussing here today. So on the PLC advisory survey, again, this was only the voice of the 12 members of the committee. It was anonymous. So I'd like to draw your attention to question number 2. Expectations for collaborative team planning time are determined by the following. They were allowed to select as many that were applicable to that question. And you can see the answers right there. 9 said administration, 7 said leadership team, 8 said teachers. Our role is not to interpret the data for you, but rather just to present it to you. The second one is about the master schedule and how it is determined annually. And again, you can see that it has administration at 12, It's through a collaborative process at 50%, and input from teachers was 2/3 of the group. Again, and then you can see the other subgroups that were mentioned as well. Or I should say, because I really don't like that term subgroup, you should see the other teacher populations. How about that, right? Because no one is sub to anybody. All right, if I could take you to question number 4. The current model for planning in my school allows for a balance of both individual and collaborative time to effectively meet the needs of all students. They were asked to rate on a scale of 1 to 10. You can see the average is about 7.25 in terms of our current structures and the balance of collaborative versus individual time. Number 5, how often should collaborative team planning take place in a 5-day work week to best meet the needs of all students? 7 out of 12, once a week. 3 out of 12, twice a week. 0, 3 times a week, and 2 participants said no limit. Number 6, what is the ideal length for collaborative team planning if only meeting once a week? It looks like most of the energy was between 45 and 60 minutes. That would be 10 out of the 12. One person said 75, one person said 30 minutes. So that data, again, is for you to drive your decision-making process subsequently. I just want to see number 7. I won't go through that one, but that question, just for your own, identifies who really should be a part of the collaborative planning. Questions 9, 10, 11, and 12 are not provided here simply because they directly focused on how much of the time should be relegated to addressing the 4 critical questions for a PLC. Number 12 identifies the artifacts that the committee members felt these are reasonable to have documentation or accountability measures when it comes to the work of professional learning communities. And then number 13, which is really critical to the success of anything that we do in our district, is always identifying where we can build and increase the capacity of our stakeholders, whether they are instructional, non-instructional, or our district leadership. And so professional learning categories were identified, and that is provided there for you as well. The last 2 questions focus on how often and how aligned our school improvement plan goals to professional learning community work, as well as teachers' individual deliberate practice and their alignment to professional learning communities. Is there anything that I can provide in terms of clarification for this particular PLC survey and or the force field analysis, which we also use to collect perceptual data?
Nice, so clarity. So this data was gathered from the 12 people that were inside, that are labeled top and okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. All right. Back to what guided the work. We said the perceptual data. We also considered professional literature, which included works by DeFore and Marzano. We reviewed PLC playbooks and guidelines from other districts across the country, such as Minnesota, Montana, Georgia, and Texas. Believe it or not, all of Florida's are under lock and key in every district that I've tried to go. Like, you have to go into the portal. You can't see it on their website. But we were able to at least review guideline and playbook documents in districts across the country to kind of guide our thinking in the process of the work. And then the third piece of information that's critical to the work that the committee did was reviewing the St. Johns County's current collective bargaining agreement, which through the audit revealed the words or term professional learning community do not appear. The acronym PLC occurs. So there lends itself to say maybe there is room for providing clarity and a definition behind what professional learning communities mean here and what is agreed upon by both schools, district leadership rather, and our teacher educators. And then we looked at 9 other districts across Florida, which included Broward, Sarasota, Alachua, Duval, Putnam, Clay, Flagler, Lee, and Polk, and Sarasota. So again, the committee looked at various contracts, not to necessarily what their language was, but to see how districts currently are either supporting through language in their contract or whether there was an absence of support in the language of their contracts. That was really the purpose. So what are our recommendations as a result of the entry point and the resources that were considered by the committee? One, define the purpose of professional learning communities to include common terminology, for example, collaborative planning, scheduling, and the subsequent role of a newly established guiding coalition. It is recommended that that appear through a memorandum of understanding. The committee did review and gravitated towards Sarasota's MOU, as well as some of the language in Broward. Broward had the MOU. Sarasota has some language defining professional learning communities in their actual collective bargaining teacher contract. The second recommendation is to establish and maintain support of a guiding coalition comprised of teachers, school administrators, and district leadership to promote a collaborative culture, to really guide the subsequent work of moving forward. Because as you recall at the beginning, I said, we acknowledge we are on a continuum. And when we're talking about whole district culture, it requires a trajectory of time. And so how do we at a minimum make recommendations? That first one is about providing some increased clarity and definition in your contract language. Then that work would continue through the guiding coalition. The committee felt that it would be prudent to have at least 50% of that guiding coalition move into next year, but then bring new members on board. That is just a recommendation. The final recommendation is to review and implement the 5-year plan that the committee developed to achieve an envisioned state for PLCs. I do have that. I'm not going to go through that, but I'm going to leave it with you. And basically what I shared with you regarding the language for the contract and the guiding coalition are mentioned in year 1. And you'll see that when you have the opportunity to go through the 5-year plan, that it starts out with 6 areas of recommendation. It will get smaller and smaller, so that by the time we get to year 4 and 5, we're really just sustaining uniformity or continuity across the district, continuing to target and identify professional learning needs, and always restructuring and refining and identifying the role of the district in terms of leading the work of professional learning communities in our school district. So I don't know if anybody was timing me. Was I brief, succinct, and comprehensive?
Yep.
Are there any questions or clarification that I might provide in terms of just what our recommendations or the recommendations of the St. Johns County Professional Learning Community Advisory Committee presented? All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Well, you can have that. I need that.
Oh, God.
Do any follow-up? Okay, so the third piece on our agenda this morning relates to differentiated pay. I'm just going to introduce it, and then I can have Ms. Raymond and Ms. Dowdy, who's a member of our committee, come and speak to it. So just the genesis of it, there is $1 million of differentiated pay that the district provides. There are some guidelines from the state as it relates to sort of Title I and high poverty. We'll see those schools without body of work that's identified. And then throughout the course of the committee work, just looking at the hard to fill positions, you'll hear from the committee which positions we identified as hard to fill, and then how they will be compensated. Ms. Raymond and Ms. Dowdy will speak on it. This is in the format of an MOU for later in the presentation. So, Katie Parker.
All right, I think we're just gonna have, Phyllis, could you just pull it up? I don't think we're gonna, the differentiated pay MOU, I don't think we're gonna hand it out right now because as Mr. King said, it could potentially be an MOU, but, and Kate, feel free to jump in. You're doing great. Okay, so for hard to fill, what you guys will see when it gets pulled up that overall it stayed very similar to what we did this year. The team determined that hard to fill, we wanted to address intensive reading. Our ESE team, which was VE, self-contained, SLPs, and school psychologists. And we also wanted to continue to recognize math teachers in middle and high school. So we did from there differentiate a little bit based on, again, hard to fill where we're seeing some vacancies, some concerns, this is where we want to identify. So for ESE, specifically for VE, SLPs, and school psychologists, as well as our IR teachers, our proposal is at $750. We did separate self-contained, and our proposal there for ESE, specifically for our self-contained teachers in both access and behavior units, our proposal is $1,000. Again, still wanted to identify our math, and so that proposal there is $250 for those teachers. You'll see the next portion is our Title I or high poverty or grant-funded schools. So those are the same schools that we identified this school year, and with one exception you'll see at the bottom. And that would be all instructional employees at those buildings. And for those teachers or those instructional employees, we're recommending $850. And you'll see this is a little different than what we've done in the past, but everybody was on board with this and feels like this is the way that we should move. Is that if you fall into both of these categories, you should get both. And so we've been calling it stacking. So if you're a self-contained teacher at Osceola Elementary, then you would get approximately $1,850. So you would get both supplements. And so the only other thing that we changed from previous years is we did feel like St. John's Technical Gates and Evelyn Hamlin were already addressed in another MOU, so they wouldn't apply to this MOU for those schools. Kate, did I miss?
No, thank you for mentioning the stacking. To me, that was really critical for those teachers in those specific schools.
So just a couple of things. One is the work continued to look at SLPs, the school psychologists, which came through the fall, and then I think protected again to the body of work this year. Then the other pieces that we looked at, so the current differentiated pay, those teachers will be paid in June, right? So we have worked through the letter that we drafted to the superintendent, so those teachers will be recognized in June in their final check. This work, we really want to look at from a retention and recruiting viewpoint to say, if you are intending to come and teach in any of these areas, we would have that information throughout the course of the hiring season. So it is kind of looking at a retention element and a recruiting as well, or if they're already there. Hence the numbers shifting a little bit, and then all of the high poverty schools are identified from the body of work last year as well. So they will be, as Ms. Randall said, included. So this is in the format of an MOU. I think when we caucus, we'll look at this in conjunction with some of the work from the prior supplements committee in particular as well. So questions relative to that. And then on the committee, Katie Dowdy, Casey Thickens, Bartram, Robin Rucker, who's Gamble/Senol, Dawn Corona, who's teacher at Valencia Elementary School, and then Jessica from the ESC SLP side, Cynthia Preston, Annie Rayner from the federal programs team, and then Ms. Raymond and myself. So it is a great committee, correct, Ms. Dowdy?
Yes, sir.
I knew she'd say that. Okay, so moving rather swiftly, insurance, Ms. Nguyen.
Okay, so at a previous presentation, I think I reported that we did have an uptick in claims, and that uptick had left us with the need to increase our funding for the insurance premiums by about 21%. At that time, the insurance committee did not have a recommendation. At this time, the insurance committee does have a recommendation, and that recommendation is to increase insurance premiums by 7% and use approximately $7.7 million from the reserve balance, and also look at plan design next year. Keep in mind that 7% increase is a split between the board and employees. So for an example, just for easy numbers and easy math, if that increase was $10 for single coverage, the board would contribute $8.50 of that because it's 85.15, and the employee would receive $1.50. That's if they were $10. So obviously they're not $10. And at the family level, that split would be 75-25. So you would see the board contributing $7.50 and the employee $2.50. So what Phyllis has displayed is what that looks like now for employees on the paycheck. So I'll try to go through this. Not sure if you can see it well enough, but I'll try to. So we'll start right all the way on the left, the hospital one, the employee. This is what is going to be deducted 19 times out of each paycheck. That will go to $68.16 per paycheck. That is an increase from $64.13. For the family, I'll go ahead and do family with two. And family with two children just means you have a spouse that also works for the district and you have children on the plan. So that couple would split $154.74. So each spouse would have half of that coming out of their paychecks every time. And then family with two, single just means spouses are on the plan with no children. So their rate would be $136.32 split between the two. The family level is now going to be $287.20, and that is an increase from $271.21. So hospital two, which is considered our buyout plan, and again, for reference, the nature of a buyout plan means the board contributes the exact same thing that they contributed when it was the basic plan, and the employee pays the difference. So you'll see in hospital two, the buyout plan, the employee is now going to pay $83.45. That's an increase from $78.42. Family with two children go to $227.13, an increase from $206.39. And family with two single would go to $166.91. That's an increase from $156.84. And the family would go to $360.19. That would be an increase of $339.40. I'm sorry, that was up from $339.42, not an increase. Okay, so we'll move over to, I can go over the board portion as well. So what you see is in hospital one, the board contribution will now be $342.91. That is an increase from $320.05. Their portions will be the same everywhere else. So their portions stay the same for $823.77, $823.77 for family with two or family with two single, and then the portion is $690.71 for family. So that contribution is going to be the same whether you're on plan one or plan two. So we'll move over to dental. All right, so single dental obviously was $0, so it increased to $0. The family with two went to $5.07, an increase from $4.29. Family with two single remains at $0 because it's just two singles, so it's the free rate. The employee and family will go to $21.47. That is an increase from $20.07. On the buyout dental plan, now the single rate is $6.15. That is an increase from $5.75. The family with two children will go to $23.20. Family with two single will go to $12.31, and the family rate will go now to $41.59, which is an increase from $38.87. The board contribution increases to $23.81 for individual. $42.79 for both family with 2 children and family with 2 single, and the employee family rate will be $23.81. So, vision, there is only one plan for vision, that remains free. The family with 2 children will go to $3.88. Family with 2 single will go to 0 again. And the family rate will now be $7.82, which is an increase from $7.55. Then the board's contribution will now be for single, $6.42. For family with children, that will be $12.65. For family to single, will be $12.84. And then the family rate will now be $8.71 for the board, which is an increase from $7.90. Any questions?
So, microphone. Yeah, I'm pointing at the same thing Phyllis is.
No, not for the, yes, for the individual, not for the board contribution, I'm sorry.
When you were reading the board premium dental, you said family with 2 children and family with 2 single were both $42.79.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe, is that one also supposed to be $42.79?
Yes, it should both be the same. We can double check those numbers and make sure.
Yeah. I assume we will be provided a copy of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we have.
Okay, any questions relative to insurance? So obviously it's part of the articles as well, so we can pass that out. So the final presentation this morning, Gretchen will look at work with our SLP.
Okay, Gretchen Saunders, and again, business and finance. We tried to pull together our committee, myself, Kathy Weber, Jessica Richardson, and Michelle Curtin. What we wanted to do was pull together information on our speech language pathologist. And I had sent it to Phyllis, so it's up on the board. So hopefully we can kind of try and answer some questions with the information that we currently have. So what we're going to do is just start at the top for our average hourly rate of pay.
We just not hear you. You hold it.
Okay, for our average hourly rate of pay, for our current SLPs, pay this year is $36.01 an hour. When you add the benefits on top of that at 38%, that brings the average hourly salary and benefits for SLPs to $49.70. When you look at line 4, we take the average annual salary of $52,936, multiply that by 38% for the, and the average annual salary and benefits for the 47 employees that we have currently is $73,052. On top of that, there's a differentiated pay supplement of $750, and the master's degree supplement of $2,730. This doesn't cover if they're in a Title I school. This is just the differentiated pay and the master's degree. So the average annual salary and benefits for SLPs, $77,273. And for the year, we're projected to spend $2,506,049 on our SLP category. And then what we did in the middle section there, under employment, we just wrote out the benefit piece. So we have 10-month employees, 196 days for their annual employment contract, 7.5 hours per day. They receive or earn 6 paid holidays and 10 paid sick days annually. And those sick days that aren't used can carry forward to the new year. They earn a billing supplement, and this is 5% of their actual Medicaid reimbursement that we receive. So whatever they are billing for, and we receive on Medicaid reimbursement. Also, we had training so far with our new software coming in. So many of the SLPs that asked for different software were utilizing the Department of Education software before, and now we have purchased some. So our folks have been attending training. The school board also covers 85%, as Jay just said, 85% of the cost of the medical and dental plan for the employees. The health insurance package provides a free vision care plan and free long-term disability plan, and a free life insurance coverage, which is equal to two times the employee's salary. And in addition, the school board pays on behalf of the employees into the Florida retirement system. Next year, it was decided that beginning next year that we will cover the $89 for the speechpathology.com membership for all of our speech language pathologists, and that would be approximately $7,921 if we had all 89 positions filled. And then at the bottom, you can see we broke out the staffing agencies for our speech language pathologists due to the vacancies we had this year. So the average hourly fee for the in-person therapy, and it varies by the different agencies. Any of them charge between $58 and $95 an hour, and on average, it's about $71.10. The industry average percentage markup for staffing agencies, anywhere between 15 and 30%. So with a W-9 contracted employee, the hourly rate of pay without benefits, and we use the 20% markup, would actually be for them $59.25 an hour. The other thing we wanted to note was on the contracted employees, they have the responsibility to claim any earned income on their taxes, and that would cover both income tax and self-employment tax. So the self-employment tax is a combination of the Medicare and the Social Security taxes. For example, with the average annual salary of $84,043, $12,918 is going to have to come off the top just for that self-employment tax, leaving them with $71,515. There is a separate breakout in the contract with the staffing agencies that talk about therapy, and their average hourly fee is $70.14. If we take off the markup, it's $58.45, and their annual rate of pay is annual salary is $83,293 before taxes come off. And as of May 14th, we had currently spent $1,977,474 with those staffing agencies. And again, we did have, if we were fully staffed, we'd have 89 SLPs, but like I said, we had 42 vacancies this year. And again, we've had great feedback. We've been working with a few of the SLPs on looking at the software that we finally purchased, and those trainings. I know we just had one last week, I think it folded with. So does anybody have any questions on the SLP overview? Okay, thank you.
So moving forward from now, on our agenda is the lunch. We were just discussing, obviously, there's a lot of information from the committees that I think both sides will need to caucus for a little bit and talk on and come back. I know substantively, we've got some counter proposals on the agenda, but also if there's any discussion about the committees, do you think at this time, good use of time to maybe caucus and talk through these, or how do you feel about that?
I don't know if we have, I don't know if we have a ton to talk about from the committee work. So, I mean, we are fine kind of trying to get through some articles before lunch if you guys are amenable to that.
I mean, I think it's a waste of time. I think it's just a.
We probably need about 15, 20 minutes to talk through a couple of the presentations today. So maybe, yeah,
Okay,
come back at 12:05, that'll give us 20 minutes.
okay.
Sorry. Yeah, 20
Sure.
minutes.
Make sure you turn it off.
Save the battery. Going audio on.
Audio is on. You're good? Yes. Don't say anything criminal.
If you do, make it good.
Yeah.
Kathy said to have that conversation. If I get to my car.
I think both of our.
Okay, if you recall, we'll start with Article 8, which is transfers and reassignments. We spent a lot of time in our last session with this one, and I think we got to a point where when we were both viewing the counter proposal number 2 from SJEA, we had some pretty impressive color coding issues. It was green strike through, blue strike through, bold, bold, underline, red, and red strike through, and bold, non-colored. So what we tried to do, for purposes of this Article 8 that is in front of you, as it relates to those first 4 provisions, one on the screen when I make, and I can go through, yeah, it's color coded. So primarily, if I recall, we were dealing with item number 2, which was the last proposal, if I'm going on color coding correctly, was that from SJEA through the last day in February. Again, my color coding is a little bit different. So we incorporated within that number 2 that the internal transfer application process would remain open until the last day in February. And then on number 3, there was a proposal that it remain open until June 15th. We agree with that. I think that was our proposal last time as well. We talked about that, keeping that open. I think the new proposal from SJEA number 2 was that there be 7 if there are applications per position, that there be given at least 7 interviews per position. We brought that down to 3 per position for those that meet the minimum requirements, as long as there are more than 3. So if there's 10, we're going to do at least 3. If there's 2, then we do 2. And I think other than some terminology, we added like a number 4, district's human resources department, just for some consistency with paragraph number 1. So I think substantively, the primary changes were last day in February, June 15th, and then 3 interviews.
Can I ask for a point of clarification on 2? Because it says that the district will open an internal transfer application for current instructional employees and will remain open until the last day of February. When is this being opened?
It was open in January.
Okay, so that just might need to be
Yeah,
clarified on that.
We had that. In the last one, we had that the district will open an internal transfer application for current instructional employees. It was open in January in our last one.
Okay,
So yes, it should. I agree with you.
Okay.
Yeah, it does need to clarify that. And then instead of saying in January, I mean, we may want to identify at least a date certain.
beginning
So
semester
many
2
days-
or something, yeah.
Within so many days of a return to the 3rd quarter, 2nd semester.
Okay. I don't think we have anything else on that one.
And because there were so many,
We have a 1-page color, which I think part of it was taking all of the language, and we have it mocked up here as well, so you can see the template that we went from, and just put it in one sheeter. So I think, I'm pretty sure it's what we kind of agreed on.
Okay,
The change would be 3 to 7 is really the only substantive change.
okay,
Does that make sense?
yes.
it'll just need to be worked into the full contract language, I think is what's being passed now.
But I do think it captures where we were a couple of weeks ago. So it might be just prudent more than just to have that one
That
sheeter.
very first.
Mhm.
And then we just kind of, we agree on that, if we need to clarify the June piece, January piece, excuse me, then we could import that into the other stuff is just nasty, but it is what it is.
Okay.
Insert.
Next item we have is Article 10.
Okay, so Article 10, teacher in service, and it does relate, I think, to a certain degree to what Dr. Scott had presented this morning. So we kind of back and forth with this over a period of time, but so we left it where one Wednesday per month will be reserved for individual teacher planning. That was where we left it last time. You come back with 2. I think we're at a place where we're good with 2. 2 Wednesdays per month will be reserved for individual planning. The proviso there would be that we all acquiesce on the work that Dr. Scott had presented, right? So we can work through that. And then the only other change that when there's a 5th Wednesday, that would be reserved for principal discretion. So that might be a factor to be in whatever. But I think it gets us to where we were pretty clear, you were pretty clear on meeting those 2 Wednesdays, and we're there.
Okay, no, we're good.
I think our next is Article 11. We are going to have to move up. If you see on our agenda in the MOU section, there's a bereavement leave MOU, and feel like it's probably better that we take that up at the same time we take up Article 11.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ignoring me. I don't know that you need a significant number of copies of this, but this is the article now. And it makes sense when we tell you what. Put this to the back. Okay.
If you have Article 6 in the MOU, where we left off at the last session.
11.
I'm sorry, did I say 6?
Yes.
Thank you for correcting me. It's the X instead of a V. Where we left off, I know we'd gone through a lot of Article 11, and we were going back and forth on bereavement. A couple of different date exchanges were made there. I think what we had mentioned last time, some of our concern was just potential financial impact. And so I think we're where you are, almost. Where I think we left off, the proposal that we'd received was 2 days from SJEA was 2 days bereavement, but would not necessarily have to require any use of sick leave. That you don't have to exhaust your sick leave before those 2 days. I know you had started at 5 originally when bargaining had commenced. And so we're willing to go there. I think the issue is just wanting to make sure that from a cost perspective, it's not going to be a major impact. So instead of addressing it through the contract language, what we were going to propose is through an MOU that would give us that year to identify how we've done it in the past versus this 2 days, not having to exhaust sick leave first to see if there is truly going to be a financial impact to it.
So I understand you wanting to cost it out. However, how it's not gonna be the same every year. We don't know how many employees are gonna have to use bereavement. So I just do want to point that out because yes, it may cost an exorbitant amount this year, heaven forbid, or it may not cost a lot because hopefully lots of families do not have deaths in their families. But I worry about you using this as a trial year and it not being kind of a normal number across the board because it is going to vary.
And then we keep coming back as an MOU every year.
And then, yeah, again, this is another MOU that's going to be added to our plethora of MOUs that we were trying to minimize this year, and our count is now growing.
So, I think Terry opened it well and said, I think we're there. I think we're at the same place. I think our directive from the board was, how much is it gonna cost? And we're not sure, because how would we be sure, to your point? So I think if the philosophy is we're on the same page, we need some time to look at the numbers, present those numbers to the board. We're well aware that they will shift from year to year. But it's something that they've asked us to do and are also aware that that's something that you had asked for. So I think from that perspective, we're there. We just need some time to talk. We're aware it's going to change, but I feel it's a good start.
Okay.
Yeah.
And while you're reviewing that, just I think our last article, we're gonna take up a little bit later in the day. That's what we were having a little bit of caucus about, as well as the MOUs we'll take up later. If you're prepared, I know I'm not trying to switch around the agenda too much, but to make use of time, if you'd like to make any presentations on any article, on Article 6 or MOUs, we can caucus on that. So really kind of kick it over to you as to how you'd like to proceed.
Okay, give us 1 minute.
Yeah, and the reason like school site, like our MOU on school site will go with your presentation on Article 6. You have some language for Article 6. The school site piece ties into Article 6. So we thought bring that down to have that discussed at once. And then Article 14, as it relates to insurance and compensation, wanting to address that a little later, felt that the differentiated pay went along with that as well. That was kind of our reasoning for the adjustments.
So if there's stuff that, as we break, that you want to, you have two articles.
Right.
You could say that, you could say, I mean, I thought, since we have to see, you can consider possibly adding Article 6.
Say it again. Do you need a little bit more time? It's trying to read your mind.
So
Going very well.
we are ready with the Gaines MOU. I think based on what was presented with the PLC committee work, we might have a change to Article 6. So we would need some time to kind of discuss that and figure that out. So we can present you with MOU to Gaines right now, and then I think we'll need to caucus and figure out what we want to do with Article 6.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
questions?
Mhm.
Color? Morgan, I think then we can also bring forward, on the agenda forward, the teachers providing emergency cost coverage.
Okay.
Maybe we've got language there.
Oh, it's not that one. 2, 3.
All right, so we're looking at games.
Yes. I was gonna try and display it, but the projector's not working with me. Maybe. Okay. I swear I did. Oh, that's too much. All right. So the wording of this is the same. The only thing that we changed is the amount. The reasoning for this, I think you saw in Article 6, we tried to get them a 7th period supplement because of the nature of the school, they are losing out on their planning time on a daily basis. And it's something that they also can't figure out how to fit in their schedule because of the nature of the students at this school. It's better for everyone that they don't use that planning time and stay in their classrooms. But they need to be compensated for that, for losing out. That planning has to get done at some point, and it's getting done on their own time instead. They also don't have duty-free lunch at this school. And so the 7th period supplement is a $6,000 supplement. And so we're trying to meet you in the middle and say that they deserve an extra $3,000. So that would bring the total of their incentive to $6,500. There aren't very many employees at the school, so I think we costed it out to be an additional $84,000 just to help these teachers with the unique situation. And it is hard. You guys know it's hard to staff that school and to keep staff members there. And so this is just a small token that we can give them to hopefully retain and recruit teachers to be at Gaines and Evelyn Hamlin Center.
May I ask a question? So
Yes.
You're saying both schools, Gaines Center and?
Correct.
So talk me through that the Gaines teachers don't have a duty-free lunch.
It may not be their duty-free lunch, but they aren't receiving planning as far as I know. Or am I wrong on that?
Well, I don't think sometimes they don't have, it's with that population, apparently, there's numerous times that they're either eating with their kids. There are several times that it's happened, but it's more that they do not get their planning time at all. And the not feeling comfortable leaving a para in the classroom, they feel it's a lot safer to have the teacher there.
But do you not, the Gaines teachers go to the kids go to the cafeteria?
Maybe it's not lunch, so.
So we may have misspoken on them not receiving duty-free lunch in terms of the Gaines teachers, but I'm sure it is happening where they're not receiving lunch occasionally. But it's more to compensate them for their lack of planning time. The planning has to get done. It's not getting done during school day because they've got kids in their room and they can't leave them with a para or some other staff member. And so, that's time that they need to be paid for.
A disparity between the planning for the Gaines teachers and the planning for Hamlin? The depth of planning, is there a difference?
In the depth of planning? I don't understand what you're asking.
I guess I'm struggling with the idea that A, they don't get a duty-free lunch, because I believe they do, and B, most of that curriculum is web-based. games, and the students are there for 45 days. It just seems like a big.
I think it's a misspoke about the lunch. I think sometimes it does happen, not consistently, but sometimes it does happen.
Okay, thank you. Is there another one?
That's all we have.
Okay, do you want to, so that we have some thought on? Okay, so teachers providing emergency class coverage, so an MOU that we instilled, I believe last year. And we've gone, and I may ask Ms. Raymond also to sort of pinch hit on some of this language as well. So we went back and forth with this in terms of how do we make sure it's implemented correctly, and that becomes a management thing in terms of communication, and that in bullet one there. So every effort should be made to secure a substitute. We need to make sure that that is actually happening. 2, we changed to when 5 or more students are placed into a classroom. So that's a change. And in what we would ask then, again, that's a management thing, that we're not, putting one in each class. We're trying, again, if the body of work is that we can't find a sub, so that would somewhat be the quotient of money that we have to offset the pay. So, and there has been situations where they're split among numerous teachers because of the big schools, 10, 12 kindergarten teachers, etc. Everything else stays the same in that lower 2 as it relates to pay. Verified to smart find is an important piece too, right? So that we need to ensure that it is an actual legitimate absence and not something else. 3 is no change there. 4, we put the language back in there. Verified in smart find, another than the primary assignment. And that's also the language change in 6, where we talked about the VE teachers. So at time, if we're going to pull a VE teacher to leave their current assignment, or an associate teacher to leave their current assignment to go sub in another classroom, we think it applies. But if they're in their own class and doing that body of work for a period, a day or so, that's the discrepancy that we wanted to look at. 7, we just added that the administrators will communicate the submission process to an employees. So how to do it, that becomes a management piece, so that we're not getting emails to say, hey, I subbed in a class in November and I didn't get paid. So there's a legitimacy to how we want it to be done. So we feel that having our teachers in those classrooms is the right thing, right? If it's a certified teacher, they know the students. I don't believe we have a problem with that. I think what our issue is trying to correct some of the things that over a period of time may have loosened up relative to the reporting of it, and then relative to the communication cycles that we've dealt with a few of these, and implementation. So we have work to do on our end. In the pieces that really would be changing the associate teacher model and the VE if they're asked to go outside what they're normally doing and sub for somebody else. Ms. Raymond, did I say that correctly?
So for 4, if an associate teacher is taking the place of the lead teacher in the classroom that they're assigned, they're not getting compensated for taking over that extra work.
Well,
Well, the idea would be it's just for the day. They're not planning additionally, or they're just being the lead for that day in the classroom. So that would be the ideal, that it's not, similar to number 1, it's not supposed to be for weeks on end or things like that. So it would just be covering the classroom for that day, and the assumption would be that the plans were already done for that day, so it's just leaving that room.
Okay. And the same for 6?
6.
Correct. So we also felt it was important though to take out the excepted emergencies, because we don't believe that they should be pulled from support facilitation to cover. It should only be during their planning that they're covered, and then this would apply. But yes, if you're supporting that class and the teacher's out for a day, and that's where you're supposed to be, and that's where you're assigned, that's the service that you're supposed to provide for that day, our assumption would be that you can be the lead for that one day.
So perhaps in elementary that might work. I would have to talk to my elementary teachers, but in high school, my support facilitator is not with me planning lessons on a daily basis. So if I were gone and she would have to take over my lesson, I don't foresee her knowing what she would be doing.
So I was a support facilitator in secondary, and so if I was in that class for second period, I mean, the plans would be there, and I would have been in there a day or two before. So again, I'm just following the plan that you left, and I know the kids best. So I think that's where it wouldn't be an all-day thing, right? It wouldn't be every class. It would be the class period that you were supposed to be in there for anyway.
Okay.
So the assumption again would be that you would have left, plans would have left what they would have done. They know the kids best, and we're supposed to be there anyway, so.
The same plans that you leave for herself, who doesn't know kids either.
Okay.
Anyway, I think it still protects where we are with it. I think, as I said in the onset, we're not opposed to this. I think we want to make sure it's implemented a little differently so that we're both on the same page. So if you want to focus on that as well.
Okay.
I know this isn't for this union, it will be for support, but the emphasis for next year is you're going to remind administrators that paraprofessionals should not be in a long-term sub position, because we know that happened at several schools. They should not be in that classroom, even though they're getting paid the money, they shouldn't be in there, but for truly an emergency lack of a sub. I'll bring that up in the suggestive bargaining, but just keeping in mind that that should not be happening. And we know it's happened several times. Thanks.
Okay, so we're thinking 45 minutes. We don't have your 6, correct?
Correct.
All right, and then I think obviously you're aware of the dip pay piece from this morning. We have an MOU that sort of captures that line, which is presenting that part because it's part of the compensation. The insurance piece that Jay presented is also part of the compensation that Gretchen will present. And then the school psychologist, we'll bring that back as well.
Okay.
And then the other we have 2 other MOUs, one based on the presentation this morning for the dual enrollments from the body work from Kathy's team. And then similarly to SJEA, where there's a bonus for recruiting bus drivers. So we want to expand that to also SJEA. So we'll bring both of those.
Okay. So we want to meet back at 1:45? Is that enough time for us to?
No problem.
Okay.
I forgot to bring Jen, thank you I just remembered, we do need to do the salary selection and TA on the grievance form as well. The salary selection one.
I have
Okay,
We have both. Yeah.
okay, great, thank you. I was supposed to do that, Jen, I forgot, thank
Maybe
you.
not in color, but we got both.
Okay.
For the one term of employment, but then we still have Article 15 outstanding as well.
They just talked about that. What? Yeah, we've got another caucus that we're gonna have to do,
Okay.
so let's
Article 1, 2.
look at what we've got.
All you want.
All right, did you guys want to go first, or do you want us to?
I think you probably got a lot more than we do.
We have 4 things.
Go for it.
Okay,
Yeah, probably.
so I guess I'm just gonna take over, Phyllis, because I don't have copies of anything.
Do you have to know where I'm
I haven't dropped them in yet. I'll just.
Actually, you don't have
No. I telling a little fib there,
Wishful
Terry.
thinking, but.
Just a,
Euphemistic.
yeah. It's
So we'll start with the 2 easy ones first. Oh, jeez. This is our counter to transfers and reassignments. The only thing that we changed is just to clarify number 2, which I asked a question about last time, was that the district will open the internal transfer application for current instructional employees at the start of the 2nd semester, and the application will remain open until the last day in February. You guys, if that's not the date that works, we just feel like it needs to be clear as to when that transfer is going to be opened. But we did go ahead and put in all of this language into what was already there, so it should be good to go in terms of printing and all that.
Does Phyllis have that?
Choose not, I'll stick it in there. I should have known as a high school teacher. All right, so let me put it in there. Or I'll put it in a minute. The other easier one to get through is the bereavement leave counter. We're okay with it being an MOU for this year. We just wanted to add the piece of these days will not be charged against the employee's sick leave or personal leave. I think that was the intent. We just wanted that language to be in there to make it super clear for everyone involved. And then so we did make a few changes. Yeah, I know.
Oh, you're doing.
I'm doing a lot of things at once, so just work with me here. All right. You're okay. I also couldn't read that far. I was like, this is real test. All right. F, I believe that was already agreed to the previous time, 24 hours notice. J, I don't remember. I think we agreed to the 24 hours notice of a parent-teacher conference. Here's where some of our work changed. So we had originally that you guys didn't agree to 40 consecutive minutes during the employee workday. And I don't know if there was confusion with what you thought our intent was with an additional in some of these pieces, but so every effort shall be made to schedule planning time during the student day. An additional, we are pretty set on the 150 minutes of planning time, and we added the piece of that it is unencumbered, shall be established during the normal work week. So the planning time is already there. It's not like we're trying to like change teachers' schedules so that you somehow have to give them more planning time. It's just that it needs to not be encumbered by meetings and IEPs and faculty meetings, whatever that is, right? So it's just teacher planning time. Again, you're not changing the teacher's workday. This time is already there. We just want it to be unencumbered for planning. How a principal wants to make that happen is totally up to that principal, right? So maybe we reserve IEP meetings for Mondays for the first grade team, and maybe IEP meetings happen on Thursdays for another team, right? Like that's kind of how the principal can get creative with figuring out how they can make sure that they have that 150 minutes unencumbered. I know that we had asked for no more than one planning period per week be reserved for PLC collaboration. However, hearing from the PLC committee this morning, in the survey, it was very clear that teachers needed 45 to 60 minutes of planning for PLC purposes. And what is currently happening is that a lot of elementary schools, this 30 minutes that the kids are in resource is when their PLC time is happening. I don't know how any teacher is getting any PLC collaboration done in the 25 to 30 minutes that they have while their kids are in resources. So our idea is that we are all at school longer on Wednesdays because of our early release. So why don't we utilize that time? So what would happen is everyone, no matter what team you're on, might sound just go out? Okay. I'm just gonna keep talking. Everyone, no matter what team you're on or what PLC you're in or what school you're at, is using that extra 45 minutes of that extra PLC. Oh God, sorry, my boot is making it hard for me to sit up. I feel like I'm gonna tip over. So it doesn't matter what school you're at. This still isn't working, I don't think. Hello. I'm just gonna use my teacher voice. It does not matter what school you're at. 45 minutes of that extra hour and 20 minutes that that we have built-in planning on Wednesdays because of early release is going to be used for PLC collaboration. The other 45, I think it ends up being 40, not 45 in all fairness. The other time is still the same schedule that we are using where it's 2 Wednesdays are for individual teacher planning, 2 Wednesdays are for the district. So that doesn't change. It's just that what happens during that other part of that time. There are other districts who this is just the norm. I will say I taught in Clay for 6 years, and every single Wednesday on our early release Wednesday, that is when we met for PLC. So we no longer have to worry about planning periods being encumbered and those sorts of things. In numbers 2 and 3, we put in the same language. We put in an additional 100 minutes of planning time shall be established during the normal work week. And I think there was confusion. Again, we're not asking for you to rearrange our schedule so that more time is there. The time is already there. We just want more of it to be unencumbered. So for the middle school and the high school, we have 50 minutes for our planning period. And then we also have 50 minutes in the morning before students come. I think the junior high or in the middle schools, it's at the end of the day. So we're just saying that 2 of those 50 minutes is unencumbered, right? So you can plan a meeting on 2 of my days of the week, but the other 2 are left for me to have planning time. So the intent is the same. We're not asking for you to somehow change our schedules to give us more planning time. It's already there. We're just asking for it to be unencumbered. And then again, middle school and high school would still use the early release Wednesdays. I think middle school, it still would be at the end of the day. For high school, we go in an hour early on Wednesdays. So 45 minutes of that would be for PLC work. The other 45 minutes, depending on which Wednesday it is, would be for either the district or the principal or individual teacher planning. Do you have any questions about that piece? Because I know there's kind of a lot there. Oh, I forgot what's going on now.
So on number 3, you're saying it's 50 minutes per day, and of the 150 minutes per day over the course of a week, 100 of that must be unencumbered?
So how the high school currently works is we get a planning period, which is a period of the school day, right? So that's 50 minutes. In the mornings, we also have 50 minutes before the kids come, right? We get there at 8:30, school starts at 9:20. So that is currently planning time, but it often gets taken up by IEP meetings, by faculty meetings occasionally, whatever it may be. And so we are just asking that 100 of those minutes, which would be 2 mornings per week, would be unencumbered. So we wouldn't you wouldn't be able to schedule meetings on those days. That would leave you the other 2 days of the week to schedule meetings and what have you.
In your example at the high school level, you said there's a class period of planning plus the morning, which is essentially two planning periods.
Correct.
But now, when you say 100 minutes of planning time, you're saying that in an entire work week, essentially 2 planning periods must be unencumbered.
No, 2 of the morning. So all of our planning periods during the day is unencumbered. Then in the mornings, we've got 50 minutes each morning. So we're saying that 100 of those minutes, so essentially we have 200 more minutes in the mornings if you're not counting Wednesdays. We're saying that 100 of that 200 should be unencumbered.
Got it.
Good question.
Yep.
Can we scroll back down to elementary?
Yep.
In blue, is it, okay, so it says every early release Wednesday. So earlier we talked about 2 unencumbered Wednesdays. So that's putting that off to the side now, because is the idea that then we would look at every Wednesday, the first 45 minutes being DLC, and then the remainder of the time, 2 Wednesdays a month unencumbered, and the other 2 for whatever else. Is that
Correct, yes.
On a Wednesday, what time do you guys arrive at high school?
7:30. Kids don't get to campus till 9:20, or arrive in our classrooms till 9:20.
We're gonna need some time on that.
Okay.
That's what took us a while too.
Yeah. And again, the biggest push here, I think, is for elementary teachers, especially because in order to do the PLC work, you need a good chunk of time to be able to sit down. And so if we are reserving those Wednesdays, that allows them a good chunk of time to be able to sit and really do the PLC work. And then it's not confusing as to like, when are we PLCing? How often is this happening? How much is it taking up our planning time? If it's just consistent every Wednesday, this is that time reserved. And we added in that, like, if a PLC decides they want to meet more, they can. It's just, this is the reserves time that admin can say you have to meet. And then if they decide they need more time during the week, that is up to that team, not admin.
Can I ask a question? Do
Yes.
you have any idea how many mornings per week are taken up with IEP meetings?
It entirely depends on how many kids in your classes have IEPs. So, for example, I think we used this example last time. I had 4 or 5 IEPs, and so very minimal of my mornings were taken up by IEP meetings, but the teacher next door to me had 47 children with IEPs, and so that's at least 47 mornings throughout the school year that she's required to be in an IEP meeting.
Right, so then the size of the school has an impact,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then the levels of the students. So if we're saying 2 of them are, one can't touch, when do those meetings happen?
The other 2.
And there'd be enough time for that?
Yeah, and honestly, sometimes the meeting doesn't take a full 45 minutes. Maybe I'm in there for 20 minutes. So then maybe I can attend another meeting on another day for however long. But that time needs to be reserved or unencumbered in total. So maybe the teacher can say, yeah, I can't take on that meeting because this meeting only lasted 15 minutes this one day. So I do have some extra time to attend. Yeah, and IEPs also occur during the school day sometimes for elementary school. Sometimes it can happen during their resource time. So principals can decide how they want to divvy that up. For number 5, we had originally asked for, I think it was an additional 4 minutes per student who had an IEP, and giving them a TDE day per month. So we took out the additional 4 minutes of planning because we understand that would be difficult to figure out how they're going to accomplish that. But they still have an increased amount of paperwork that they do need to accomplish. And so our counter is that case managers of students with disabilities shall be given 1 TDE day per quarter for planning, preparing, and developing IEP or EP related paperwork. And then we added in the part on a mutually agreed upon day. So the teacher and the principal can decide when that works for them. This can work. I will say at Tokoi, Jay Willits has been super helpful for English teachers in that we have all of these 150 essays to grade when we assign an essay, and he'll give the entire team a TDE day and put the kids in an alternate location. So it can work. You just kind of have to get creative with how you make it happen. So.
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
How does Mr. Willis pay for the TDE?
He puts the kids will be in the auditorium with sub. So instead of paying for 5 subs, he's paying for 1 if it's 5 people on a team.
Seems to be working.
All right. The only other piece that we are asking for, one more point on this TDE day. This is in Clay's contract. I think they made it if you have 15 kids in a caseload, you get a half. I don't know. There was like all these different stipulations that we thought was too complicated. We're like, let's just leave it at like 1 TDE per quarter instead of trying to figure out how many you have in a caseload and that sort of thing. And the other aspect is we had mentioned that SOPs, school psychologists, teachers that have IEPs, every time they tend to get placed in duty positions because I think they don't have kids in their classroom on a regular basis, but really they need that time in order to complete their work. So we just added in every effort will be made to limit the assignment of extra duties of case managers so that they may complete their IEP related documentation. I think they are a group that tends to get pulled quite a bit for duties. And then that makes it so that they can't get their documentation done as well. It's less time during the day. All right, are we ready for Article 10? This is in Article 6 as well, but I figured I would just show you with the colors to kind of show where we've been. So originally we asked for that PLC and in-service activities were scheduled, may only be scheduled twice a month, but obviously we got rid of that and clarified that it's 2 Wednesdays per month will be reserved for individual teacher planning. On the 5th Wednesday, it'll be reserved, and we are countering back with going back to what we already had, which is individual teacher planning, because we feel like we are adding this PLC piece of people taking every Wednesday to do PLC work. So in the case that there is a 5th Wednesday, they might need that extra planning time. Again, our push is planning time is something that does not cost the district money, and it makes a world of difference for teachers. So you're seeing us continually pushing for as much planning time as we can get that is unencumbered, again, because it's low cost, high effect for retention and recruitment of teachers. We're good? I'll drop those in there for Phyllis. Do you want me to just put them in the same folder?
Yeah, that pathway, is that your?
The 5 articles, 529?
Please.
We also just needed a little bit more time to discuss the class coverage MOU, so maybe next go around, next caucus, we'll have that ready to go. I think I did. Yeah.
The battery.
The battery is not the issue.
It's the connection. It's always something, isn't it?
No.
We'll start with the MOU on school sites.
Okay.
I'll get this passed out. And so this is a counter, I believe in Article 15 is where there was some language that you had proposed about allowing school psychologists the choice to have 220 or 196 work year, and we had talked about, I believe that had been used in the past back in the Scott Sherman days. We took that language, are open, I believe, in light of your representation that about half wanted to do a 10-month to see how that works for a year. So we took the language that you had proposed, made some slight revisions, I think changing the word may choose to can request, so that there needs to be a request to do that, so that the district's aware of who's asking for it, and then specifying in number 3 the pay class.
This is,
We got more.
yeah. So this is one that we bring on.
Don, need one? Here.
Hey, this has been a kind of an ongoing conversation with many of our high school students, and Morgan alluded to it at the beginning. So we have quite a few of our teachers who are taking advanced coursework so that they can be eligible to dual enrollment, and dual enrollment students can earn college credit. So we also have ways for students to earn college credit through advanced placement and active baccalaureate and ACE. So we really look at the two programs as being very similar because of the result. And just recently, the state started providing weighted funding for student success and enrollment. So we would like to take advantage of that weighted funding and provide a supplement to our enrollment teachers. So what we're proposing, if you look at number 2, is that it would be one supplement of $500 per semester projection. So the way that dual enrollment works is each semester is considered a separate course. So it'd be $500 for fall semester. If they teach another course in the spring, it'd be $500 for the spring semester. Let's see, it's designed to honor the required advanced college coursework and/or the industry standards that teachers must meet to be eligible to teach dual enrollment courses, because we do also have dual enrollment teachers in the career and technical education arena. We are proposing that the supplement be awarded twice each year, once at the conclusion of the fall semester and once at the conclusion of the spring semester. We would say that the teacher must complete the entirety of the course to be eligible for the supplement.
Okay. I don't know if this was a mistake or we're intending to make this retroactive for this school year and next school year, but at the top it says 2023 through 2025.
You're right, that's an error.
Okay.
Thank you for catching that.
You're welcome.
I can't finance anymore.
And then to clarify, this money is coming from the school because the school is getting paid to have the students enrolled in these courses.
Well, there's a weighted funding
Right.
that's generated when students are successful
Okay.
in the courses.
Okay.
Yes.
So just so everyone knows, though, this is not money that's coming from the district for salaries or anything else. This is like self-funded through the schools. It's similar to AP money.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, is there counter to the gains, Hamlin MOU? So we did some research. I think in the past, there has been a lot of positions open there, so that may have contributed to some of the subbing and some of the asking people to cover multiple duties. There are currently 2 openings there. The teachers at Evelyn Hamlin currently get a 60-minute planning from 1:30 to 2:30, 30-minute lunch, 15-minute recess, and a 13-minute resource. So we feel that that's well within the scope of what they are doing there. There's a good ratio of students to teachers. It'd be hard to separate gains from Hamlin in terms of centers anyway. So the other piece would be through the body of work with differentiated pay. You know, that group also felt that they were well compensated, so it's not to be included in that MOU. So I just think it's important to mention that. However, with consultation with the principal, we did put a line in there that says professional employees who teach a 7 period within their 7.5-hour day should be paid a $3,000 supplement. So if the principal elects, he has allocated or assigned somebody to a 7th period. Right now, that doesn't exist because it's just for secondary. So we would honor that for also the elementary side of that if that's necessary at that school. So that's our proposal there.
So for clarification, if the elementary side doesn't have 7 periods, are you basically saying that if they are working during their planning period?
I think if they're assigned duties, responsibilities, body of work there, yes. I think it doesn't exist now because the 7th period supplement is really just for secondary, as you know, middle and high. So it may be a possibility. As I said, we spent some time during Coxon with the principal to ensure. Again, if it's not come to us as an issue, we wouldn't want people doing stuff that's if they weren't being paid to do it. I read to you the body of time that they have, so I think it's important. And then if need be, he'll apply, he'll requisition it, and we'll approve it.
Okay.
Oh, you're gonna have to make that way bigger, Phyllis. Like,
I can't see it either.
like. Thank you.
Okay, so as was displayed in that nice small print on screen earlier this morning, this just puts into writing for MOU for the upcoming year what was discussed and agreed upon in the committee. So we're just putting it forward again with the salary, the hard-to-fill positions, the awarding of it, the top 1 high-poverty schools, and when it should be paid. So it's just what you saw on the screen. And you have emergency class coverage.
Correct. We don't have it ready,
Okay.
but it needed further discussion.
Okay, Dr. Aspen, you can do the. Sure. This one's a little chunky.
For one sentence. Oh, I know what that one is.
All right, so as you know, we have many openings in our bus driver positions. And obviously, we're trying to recruit bus drivers as much as possible. And in SJEA, we have an MOU in which a person recruits a bus driver that stays with us for a certain amount of time. They'll receive $500 for recruiting that person. We wanted to extend that to SJEA as well. So that's what this is. Basically, it looks just like SJEA, but it says SJEA. So if anyone in the unit is able to recruit a bus driver that sticks around for that particular year, then we will be able to give them $500 for that. And it's not just one time. If they find 10 people, then it's 500 times 10. So hopefully we'll be able to get, we need 50 drivers, so everybody needs to help.
Mind your spouse or adult children or not me. Do not recruit me. It's not a job I would do.
The Saunders is going to present compensation. I have a question. On the, can you go back to the planning doc? Planning time, please?
Oh, she's got it. I think you should have it.
So I can ask the question independently. Okay, so we looked at the MO or the language about 4 Wednesdays, 2 and 2, right? Are you saying now that even on those 2 that we were saying are unencumbered, we can PLC on those days?
So yeah, we're looking at the time that elementary has an hour and 20 minutes on Wednesdays, right? In the afternoon, correct?
Hour and 30.
An hour and 30 minutes, okay? So we're looking at splitting that time. 45 minutes is the PLC time. So instead of trying to find a planning period or for elementary a day during the week that kids are in resource or whenever they decide that they were going to PLC, now everyone's just PLCing during that 45 minutes. The second 45 minutes would function the same as what we were using before, where we, 2 Wednesdays a month would be for individual teacher planning. So once they're done with their PLC at 45 minutes, then they can go plan individually if they need to, or they can continue their PLC if they all decide they want to do that. The other 2 Wednesdays can then be used by the districts and administrators for that 45 minutes.
So is that different than last week? Was that prior?
So that aspect is not different. That aspect we're agreeing to. We're just saying
So then
that
why am I
instead,
confused?
I don't know.
Okay, so maybe it's defining what unencumbered means then. So there's 4 Wednesdays, so you're saying it's an hour every Wednesday, 2 hours every Wednesday, whatever it is, an hour's PLC, an hour's unencumbered, all 4 Wednesdays.
No.
Okay.
Every Wednesday is PLC.
Explain. Yeah.
So every Wednesday, you're going to PLC for the first 45 minutes.
That's what you said.
Instead
You said
of,
no.
no, you said
That's the second part.
it's the second part.
Okay.
The second part is staying the same. The other 45 minutes of that hour and a half, 2 Wednesdays is for the district. The other 2 Wednesdays is individual unencumbered teacher planning.
No.
Yeah.
It's visual. Or in the bottom of PLC.
Okay.
All right, I'm going
Gretchen, let me give you the mic.
I think it works. Okay. The first part we're going to talk about for the teacher performance pay. Everyone's familiar and everyone loves our formula page. So for those folks who are new to this, this is our formula for our performance pay based on our 3 categories of highly effective in teachers, effective teachers, and grandfathered. Within these weights, we have a 1.0 weight for highly effective and 0.75 for effective and grandfathered. So these are based on the 2022, 2023 evaluations. So for this last year, we had 2,596 highly effective teachers, 289 effective, and 534 grandfathers for a total of 3,419 teachers with evaluations. When you multiply that by the factor number for teachers, that equals 3,214. Last year, there was set aside 310,000 in funding. This year's 320,000. When we work out the formula with the category weights staying the same as last year for highly effective at $100 and effective and grandfathered at $75, the formula works out to $321,325 needed for the performance pay portion of compensation. So recall that on your form. Okay. On the next document, which you don't have yet.
Oh.
The next one is the retention side.
You're funny.
So just to give you a brief background for those not familiar with the Board of Funding piece, and I touched base on this a little bit when we talked about the New Year money. Starting in, well, we receive our funding for students, we call it shoots and receipts. Many years ago in the 1920 school year, that's when the governor was making a push to start getting teachers up to $47,500. We received, all the districts in the state received a set-aside allocation or categorical fund for these dollars. In addition to in addition to the dollars we were already receiving. So in the 2021 school year, we received $7.9 million for the teacher salary increase allocation, $8.9 million the next year, $13.6 in the 22-23 school year, And last year, the legislature in Tallahassee changed up the way districts receive their funding for teacher salary increase allocation. It's based on your base funding, and there's a certain percentage. So the dollars are broken out, a certain dollars amount set aside for the maintenance of the wages you've already bargained, and then for the percentage is set aside for your new teacher raises. So last year, that was 18.2 million. This year, it's approximately $22.2 million. And the difference between the two charts, when we look, the formula one you received first was based on your evaluation scores, highly effective, effective, and grandfathered. This next page is broken out by years of experience. So you'll see the years of experience are broken out into 4 levels: years 1 through 5, 6 to 10, 11 through 15, and then 16 years and greater. So the reason you'll see the years of experience broken out, think back to the 1920 school year when the beginning teachers were making $39,000 a year. And we go fast forward to the 22, 23, or even right now, the 23, 24 school year, the beginning teacher salary is $48,642. So within that time frame, if I was a brand new teacher in 1920, in the 1920 school year, I was earning $39,000. And since then, I stayed in the same position as teacher, I would be receiving $9,642 in that short time frame. So what we had to do is we had to decompress the salary schedule. So that's why we've broken out to the years of experience. And you can see we have a large number of teachers in our district, 991 with years 1 through 5 experience, 649 in years 6 to 10, 613 in years 11 through 15, and we have over 1,166 with 16 or more years of experience. So as we look at this year, comparing it, a couple of things you're going to see on your handout. When you take your retention amount of $425, years 6 through 10, 850, years 11 through 15, 1,275, and then over 16 years of experience this year, the retention amount is 1,700. When you add, if we assume all of our teachers are highly effective and they earn the $100, you'll see the increase per teacher varies from $525 to $1,800. And just this portion totals $4,078,500. Phyllis, if you come down to the box down here. And when you come down to the bottom, you'll see on top of that, for the Florida retirement percentage, that's 13.63%. Social Security is 7.65%. For a total, for that benefit, 21.28%. Again, our district only received and they changed the name of the teacher salary increase allocation, but since we all know it, that's what we call it, to the classroom teacher and other instructional personnel salary increase. Our portion was $3,538,740. The total cost of just the salary that we just described, $4,078,500. When we apply the benefits or the 21.28% on top of that, that portion of the salary increases come to $4,946,405. So the additional dollars the district needs to come up with, $1,407,665. Now that's more than we had come up with last year, but it's also less because of the percentage that we were given from the legislature to use the base funding for. So as we have more teachers moving into the maintenance portion or the previous bargain dollars, there's less upfront. So this year's percentage was only 1.07 and 5.59 of the base funding. So that's where we are on the breakdown. And again, this doesn't include, the extra, the portion, it doesn't include insurance, FRS, and the DIF pay when you're looking at the salary comparison, like to like. So this is just what we have on the table with including FRS and Social Security just for this portion of the retention dollars.
just to clarify, because this was an issue last time, the years of experience, this is not just in St. Johns County, this is total years, okay.
And the projection there has them rolling up a year too.
Okay.
So if they were on the bubble between one of the categories to the other, we factor that in.
Okay.
We will need to do some work to make sure everyone is in the right bucket, but we're close.
Once we can pass insurance as well. Like,
Pass it on? Pass it on?
we did last time. We did last time. Okay, so yeah.
Sorry. What are you trying?
Insurance form?
Oh.
We got one more for you.
Are you passing the appendix too? That goes along with insurance? Oh, okay.
It goes with insurance. Yeah.
Anyone else want one of these?
Good stretch today.
Yes.
Okay.
Just since I know we have more than just us sitting across from each other, just to explain what's been passed on that last. It is a copy of proposed Article 14, which is insurance, and the changes within Article 14 are reflective of what the insurance committee's recommendation was today, which was the 7%. Again, just to clarify, the total increase in insurance premiums was, I believe, about 21%. That 14% of that, 14.6% of that will not be passed off through to employees. That'll be utilized through fund balance. Yeah, specific to the insurance, which leaves the 7%, and based on the ratios of that 7%, depending on which plan, it'll be either 75% or 85% of that 7% would be covered by the board, which is reflective in Appendix D, which is the presentation that was from the insurance committee today. And then the third document that just says SJEA compensation on it. It's similar to the document that I believe was signed last year, and it's just an explanation of the chart that we just shared with you. And I think, just, and correct me if I'm wrong too, but I believe the total cost of the insurance increase from the committee, that 21% is, I believe, over $10 million. Is that right? Okay. $12.
Just the numbers, the entire numbers, just, so the 7% is just a portion of it. And of that 7%, the board picks up 85.
It's about $4 million.
And I think that's just part of the sort of overall picture, and that's why in the order that we presented stuff today, to say the compensation piece, right, at the end, in conjunction with that would be insurance costs, right, that are a key portion of it. We want to maintain the quality of that. We didn't obviously have any bearing in it today, but retirement costs have significantly gone up as a board, in fact, too. Then the diff pay piece is through your board. That is $1 million that the board gives as part of the compensation that our teams combined have distributed as fairly as we think we can in conjunction with what we're seeing with data. So it is in one sort of package. That's why we present it in that order. So we're still looking at the one article, Morgan, that's the only piece that you want us to review?
6.
And then 6, and then you have the emergency class. Those are the only two.
You guys should have 4. You've got we made minor changes, so may not require discussion, but you should have the MOU for bereavement.
Yep.
What is it called? Transfers article,
Right.
and then articles 10 and 6, which go together.
Okay. You have everything else?
Yes, and then we just had a question, because I'm trying to find the verbiage, but I don't have it. But the legislature did clear up one of the issues that we've been having with advanced degrees in matching your certification. Is there a plan to make that right with our employees?
So
And it doesn't have to be a supplement. It can be added into your base salary now.
So what would we need to clear up?
Are you guys,
I'm aware of the legislation. What's your question?
are the employees who have advanced degrees that did not currently match their certification going to get paid for their advanced degrees?
I think we'll follow the law.
And so is that how you are?
I think we're still looking at the language because there are parts of the language that are contradicting, but we will review it as a team. It's specific in some cases and then vague in other cases too. To some degree, we had been doing the right thing. In other areas, we'd have to look at it, but we would adjust accordingly.
Okay.
And make it as a part of, it's no longer, doesn't have to be a supplement. It can be added into your base salary.
We didn't get that far. I would assume we'd keep it as a supplement.
I think that would be something that to talk about at the table.
Yeah.
It's not, nobody's passing across anything,
Right.
so.
But we're aware.
Okay.
I would assume that that's what we would want
We-
it to be in their base salary.
Yeah. And then supplements has still not been passed, so are you expecting us to pass you supplements?
Do you have a supplement to pass?
Not right now, I mean, we can, I was just, you guys passed compensation, so I didn't know if that was coming along with compensation.
I think you have all we have intended to pass. So anything else is in your report.
Okay.
We can put that in the compensation about the advanced degree. We'll add that as a
How long do you need?
caucus.
I'm just gonna say safely an hour.
Okay.
So let's say 4:45.
Okay. Deal. Thank you. I'm out of batteries.
Audio up.
All right, did you want to go first or you want us to?
So first one, MOU on bereavement leave, we're good to go on that one.
Okay, perfect.
Good TA on that.
4 copies.
Thank you. Oh, hold on. You want to sign now or you want to?
Do you want us to sign now or?
Good. Let's get through them first.
Okay.
And then we might.
I think the same with Article 6. I think the only thing that was left standing as we were heading into today was what we just put in the bereavement language.
Article 6?
I'm sorry, 10, 11.
11.
12,
okay.
13.
I was
Listen, I
like.
did this earlier. I don't know, it's kind of like a mix of, sorry, it's a mix of dyscalculia, dysgraphia. It's
Those
all
Roman
that.
numerals just get you.
The 10, the 11, and the 6 get me. Yes, Article 11.
Formerly known as 6.
It's formerly 6, but same as 15, you know, it's all one.
Hold on to them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go through them all.
We are good on Article 8 to TA, that is with adding your language in there about second semester.
Okay.
Check my list.
Check it twice. See who's naughty or nice.
I got that. Let me catch up with my grades. Which I think at this point would leave 10 and 6.
Mhm.
Is that what you have? Okay, I think we probably, because the same language appears, there's a paragraph that appears in 10 and in 6, hand those both over to talk through.
Yeah.
So it probably makes the most sense to start with 10 because it's just one, but we'll give you both to look through them as a whole.
There's one more.
I'll start with 10. This is one Mr. King had a couple of questions on, and we spent a lot of time talking through. If we understood when we went into caucus on what was proposed, it was really, again, the language in 10 and 6 as it relates to Wednesdays. When we left, it was our understanding that what the proposal was in writing was every Wednesday, the first 45 minutes would be a PLC. Then it would go to 2 of those would be in-service days. 2 of them would be administration, which is
Not 2, it would be administration.
1.
No, so you'd have the 2 in-service days as usual and the 2 teacher individual planning, which is what we had already written in Article 10.
Okay.
Yeah, because, okay, so if you go back to 10, so the last time we met in session, we had one day that would be reserved for unencumbered planning, if that's the term, right? So you'd ask for 2, so we want that, we want the 2 as well. And I think we're in agreement with that. I think what we come back with is then, if you're gonna have 2, then we reserve the right to have that 5th one, if there is a 5th one, on those Wednesdays, be principal discretion. You know, I think we're okay with that 5th one, going back to individual planning. That's
Okay.
10. We feel that it contradicts some of the language in 6. So in 6 and in U, we put all of that back in there. That would be, we still feel that there could be the right, no more than 1 planning period per week should be reserved for PLC collaboration. That might be more independent of Wednesdays. But the language in 6U, we just put into effect in October, right? Most of that. So we've had no time really to even look at data relative to it. So I thought when we moved through 10, about the 2 that are just unencumbered, 2 are planning for teachers to work, and we're good with that. 1 or 2 would be district, if there's a district in service or a school-based thing. Some days there are, some Wednesdays there aren't. And if we're good at that on 10, I just think then we wanted to have you be intellectually consistent with what was in 10B. Right? The other change that we went back to it says 150, went back to 100 on there. And then, so, because if you go back down to U1, only 45 minutes of every early release Wednesday may be reserved for PLC collaboration. We thought that contradicted with 10.
It doesn't though. How does it contradict?
So if we go to 10 and say you have two unencumbered of the 4 Wednesdays.
Right.
We agree on that. And then the discrepancy was the 5th one. Whether or not principal could use that or you could use that. We good on that?
We're good on that.
Yes.
Okay. So then on the blue that we struck out in U1, what does that last line mean then?
On Wednesdays, for high school, we arrive at school an hour early, right? And then we have our 45 minutes of normal planning time in the morning. So we're saying the 45 minutes, which is normal planning time, can be for PLC work on Wednesdays. The other hour, the 2 Wednesdays admin can have, the other 2 Wednesdays is for individual teacher planning. At the elementary level, it's after school is their extra time. They have an hour and 30 minutes. So we're splitting the difference and giving PLC work 45 minutes. So those teachers have a full 45 minutes to sit down with their PLCs, and then the other 45 minutes reverts back to Article 10, which is that you get the administration, or there's 2 in-service, district in-service, and there's 2 individual teacher planning.
I think we want to keep it cleaner because I think it is already pretty complex if we're not even on the same page. So then trying to get this to connect with other 45 schools, et cetera. So I think if we're good on 10, we're good on 10. We can PA on 10. I think our proposal for 6U1 would be to go back to the original language that we really just worked through in October and give us a chance through what we saw at Antonio Scott to work through that. I think
so I understand that we just did this in October, but that is what bargaining is. We're going to continually look at everything each year, and we just happen to be ahead of schedule for once in I don't know how many years. We've had 3 quarters to look at how that works. So what we're confused on is that you're not meeting us anywhere in the middle on protecting teachers' planning time. That's the one thing aside from compensation that we are asking for that means the most in terms of recruitment and retention. And again, there's no meeting halfway. You're not even coming back with smaller numbers. You're not giving us any sort of protected planning time. And that's literally all we're asking for.
So, but that's not true. We did in 10. we're saying that those two, let me finish, those
Okay.
whole 2 days, and then if there is something to discuss, it would be the 5th one. We agree. So that is unencumbered, that whole 90 minutes you talked about on those Wednesdays. On 2 of those, that's planning time, whatever you work through there. What we're saying on here then is we still, because some of it does then bleed into, you talked about with meetings and maybe some parent meetings stuff, like some of it is really, it's going to be, and it varies by level, difficult to manage, difficult to communicate. This we protect, this we want more time. Simple as. And I think, because we go back to whatever committee work we end up through with the PLC, it gets defined by level a little bit differently because it isn't as clean as we would like it to be yet.
So your argument of giving us or meeting us and allowing us to have more planning time in Article 10, that language was already there. We just clarified it. Like, we already had 2 Wednesdays of uninterrupted teacher planning. We just clarified it in the language to make it clearer. So we really.
One Wednesday per month.
It was 2.
It wasn't 2. It was 1. And we went through that last October. And so, and then the discrepancy came with the 5th. So that's the original.
So it says interims activities scheduled on weekly early release days may be scheduled twice a month. So what happens to those other 2 Wednesdays?
Ask the question again. It does say monthly.
So, right, but what is happening with that other Wednesday?
What is happening to the other Wednesday, which we talked about this in October, would be reserved for principal faculty meeting, whatever. I'm not sure. So again, it varies by school. And I think the design of early release Wednesday was to look at data. I mean, the initial, I know it's changed. We have many more tools. Planning can happen in different places, et cetera. So I think if we just agreed in October to 1, we are working with you. We've heard you. A lot of our proposals back today did acquiesce to some degree on planning time. That is one. This simply, we need more time.
Okay. The point that I'm just going to leave it with this is that every time we have given you this professional employee working conditions article with changes that we would like to planning time being protected, all you have done is struck through it and not tried to give us some sort of a counter of, let us meet you in giving you whatever the time is, right? Like, so, I mean, you can't give us 1 morning a week that's protected planning time. That would be 50 minutes.
So has there been any complaints? Has there been any?
That's the only, aside from compensation, that is the only complaint, is that our planning time is not protected.
And how is it taken?
How is what taken? From admin? It depends on your
How is the
admin.
planning time taken in the morning?
What do you mean, how is it taken?
How is it used?
I am getting things ready for the day. I'm making
How is
copies.
it used when it's taken from you?
I'm going to IEP meetings. I'm going to parent meetings. I'm meeting with other faculty in regards to whatever. It just
And it's
depends.
difficult with any of this language to legislate for any of that. I think what we can do is say, if this is what we can on those early release Wednesdays, let's do it. We had a PLC committee that would look at the scope of work that we think we need to do, which I think long-term would be able to better define what planning time looks like in the morning, in the afternoon, in conjunction with Wednesday. We want to connect it. We want it to make sure it looks like a body of work and not be done independently. We just need more time on it.
You want the committee to make those
No,
recommendations?
I want to see the product of the committee work.
So their 5-year plan that they're working
3 to
on.
5 year plan, correct.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, that's what they said.
It would take that amount of time, but in the interim, it doesn't mean that we can't look at some of the other stuff in Wednesdays. But it does vary by school, to Morgan's point. There is looking at from elementary to secondary. And then we're, you know, unencumbered. There's a lot of things that impact that time. I get it. We're not saying that we can't, that we don't understand it. It's just really difficult to language through some of that.
And how can you help, as, again, the people that kind of get the raw end of the deal, say it nicely, are elementary teachers, 100%. I mean, when we left, I had 2 elementary teachers were like, holy cow. Middle school and high school get 50 minutes. We're lucky if we get 20 minutes. And so if you want a PLC to be an effective PLC, and the committee said PLCs 45 to 60 minutes is what's
we did
ideal.
put in there in October that, you know, one planning period, only one, or no more than one planning period, we should be reserved for it, correct? Yes.
Right, but again, it's just,
And because I think that it wouldn't need to be more if we're looking at the data correctly, or if it is streamlined, there is some training that's needed, and that you can see from Antonio's presentation today, both from an admin perspective as well. So I think it's a work in progress. I don't disagree with that. I just think it's really difficult with language to work through that, to account for that from the elementary to the secondary. Obviously, secondary see far more kids. Right? They see secondary teachers,
well,
you get 160 kids a
yeah,
day.
but
So-
an elementary teacher is prepping for every subject area and has IEPs and everything else. I mean, I think when we started this language in the fall, we were hoping, you know, when we knew we were coming again, that we could continue to build upon this language so that you're ready for next school year. And we have it done next school year so principals can appropriately plan their year out, or try to plan out their calendar, so that they're giving elementary, I'm just going to harp on elementary teachers the most planning time as possible. It does not happen. It is not consistent from school to school. It is not. Every school does it differently. Every school. And some get it really well, and some schools
So-
don't get any.
So the difference is, can I ask you, the difference is the principal's understanding of what a PLC should be?
No, I think planning time is separated from the PLC with what Tammy's point that she was just making. She
At
wasn't
certain
talking
schools.
necessarily about
Okay, so then it's
PLC.
a-
Sometimes the problem is PLC understanding,
Right.
sometimes
wasn't
it's
my
not.
intent.
Sometimes
And
it's
I think
other.
sometimes it's also the scheduling of duties. That's taking up planning time that teachers need, especially in the elementary schools, right? In the high schools, I don't have duties because there are people who don't have classrooms that they're teaching in that they can utilize, like deans. But that's another issue with the elementary teachers. And some principals are like, I need to be cognizant of that, and I'm going to make sure that I'm making this equitable, but others are not. And so people's planning time is getting less and less and less as we go.
So I don't disagree that this is a work in progress. I think when we worked on the language in October, I didn't realize we're going to come straight back and try to do it again. I agree that we're ahead of schedule. I think through committee work and a better understanding, I think we could be in a better place the next time we meet on it.
Do you realize that language has been in the contract for probably 20, since I've been working here? Sally's been teaching this, I mean, probably 30
This is
plus
the
years.
same since I started.
It is the same language. So when there were 20,000 students, this was great planning language. There are now 53,000 students. It just looks different. So if we don't evolve, this is why people leave. This is why your teachers are leaving, especially in the elementary level. They can't do it all.
I don't think we're saying there's a commitment not to evolve. I think to use the schools have grown as well, right? We've got double the number of schools. The schools are much bigger. The 9% increase in ESE. So there's a lot of differences as well to it, that I just think we need to make sure that the language is in here is simple, and then how we interpret it in school becomes much more consistent. That's just going to take time. So you have it before. Is that it? I think that was all we had.
Okay.
Got a few things for us. Oh, we want
You can, you certainly can. Can I see? Do you have this? Please.
Yeah. So we got a first. So that's.
Sorry, it makes noise. I have to suck it out of the bottle. I apologize. I don't care. It's probably far worse out there.
Okay, so on the insurance piece though, so I think, we want to make sure, I think Jessica brought it up too, that if there are discrepancies, things you want to correct, you want us to look at,
Yes, please look at.
so then.
We're
something-
concerned something's not right.
Okay. So because we want to get it right, because you understand the intention of it. So if there would be an intention not to do it right. Okay, so if there's
Is that-
specific questions, can you tell us, and then we'll take it back into call, or write it?
Jesse,
How,
Can
Jesse,
Jesse
how
answer
long
that?
would you- or just, you want to
Jesse.
just connect?
I'm the case with a basic, it just seems like the percent increase from the last year to this year seems to be a little high in maybe both categories in some areas. And if someone would just take a look at that, just compare last year to this year.
Are you on this?
Yeah, I'm on this paper right here.
Okay.
I compared last year's contract, this contract, just for the numbers, a couple of these, and see if you're getting the same.
And that's
Okay.
while I'm sitting here and listening, that I'm actually
Okay.
recalculating everything.
So we'll do that in call.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
All right.
and then if we could get, I'm sorry, and then if we could have, in the past, it has been individuals, you're gonna have, it would be $2 additional per paycheck. Or, or family, it's gonna be, $3,000 per paycheck. Not really, media. But we've had that in the past so that it's affects
Visible.
people's wallet, so
Right,
that
it's
they wanna
visible. I get
know
it.
how much is coming out of their check.
Okay, your floor, Maureen.
All right, we are good on diff pay. We have 2 clean copies on our side. We would just need 2 more from y'all. On the bus driver sign-on recruitment bonus.
2 more.
I'm just connecting just so you can see. We just have a small change on the dual enrollment supplement. No, that's too much. So in number 5, it said the teacher must complete the entirety of the course to be eligible for the supplement. And that's not how any of our other supplements for AP, IB courses work. And so we just took language right out of the supplements contract or article and said this shall be prorated on a daily basis when a teacher resigns or is unable to complete all duties. However, the combined activity supplement shall never exceed the amounts contained herein. So that's our only change there. We want a prorated amount if a teacher ends up leaving, or if another teacher picks it up, they should be able to get a prorated amount of what it is. For the gains,
Yep.
Our counter would be to increase the incentive to $37.50 because they have been left out of diff pay and they got $250 last year. So we just wanted that amount to be the same for them. And we're fine with leaving in the 7th period supplement.
It was a commitment for that.
We understand that.
To be clear that I didn't leave people out, it was a committee decision, but. we'll
Right.
let it. Phyllis has both of those.
Not yet. I'll put them in there. And then for teachers providing class coverage, our counter is, we went back and forth a lot on this. Our counter is for number 2, 4 or more students are placed into a classroom. I think the consensus was that, especially for the younger grades, 3 is somewhat manageable, but then once you get to 4 and over, that's when you kind of see the difference. And so that's what we're asking for, that 4 or more, they're getting paid. And I think we're all on the same page. This is providing emergency class coverage. We do just want to clarify the intent here that this should not be a situation where the teacher leaves, they can't find somebody, so they're just going to place 5 kids in a classroom for the rest of the school year and then pay them this. This should only be like on a daily to maybe, a couple day basis.
I mean, yeah, I think we can confirm that we feel similarly, and it's just all part of both sides, educating people on that, I guess.
Okay. So that's what we have for that. Is that it before compensation? I think that's it.
I have 2, I just need copies.
Well, she'll have to send you.
Oh, the school psychologist, we just have a question on. We don't necessarily have a counter. Where'd it go? Number 3 says those working on a 196-day calendar will follow pay class 99 calendar.
That's me.
Oh.
That was kind of for everybody. So on inside St. John's is where our pay calendars are listed. We didn't want anybody getting confused because we have a 196 7.5 and we have a 196 8.
Okay.
And so it's important that people look at the 196 8, specifically the psychologist, because they're 8 hours a day.
Okay.
And the kind of identifier for them to make sure they're looking at the right one is pay class 99. This also is making sure that HR knows how to code them, and that payroll also make sure that they input them and don't put them on a 196 7.5 and underpay them. So that was kind of to keep everybody in the loop. I figured you'd ask that question.
Yes. Well, we looked it up and we saw that it had 24 pay periods. And then we were like, well, do they not want to offer them the 20 pay periods?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what that had to do.
And it would clean up some of the disconnect when we did this prior.
Okay.
And help it again.
So because this is new, we may have to create a 20 pay period.
Okay.
We'll wait and see who does choose and gets approved. And then if anybody actually has 20 pays, then we'll certainly make sure we work through it.
Okay. So we are good on that one as well then.
Okay.
And then the last thing we have is compensation. Are you guys all ready? Okay. So there is an increase to insurance, as you guys know. We are still unclear on how much it's specifically going to impact teachers because of the what was presented. So I don't have those exact numbers, but who this affected if we left the 1 through 5 years of experience, who that would affect the most is that group, especially if they're on the family plan. It would end up making if we only gave them the 0.25 retention factor, then it would almost be a wash for their increase in salary. And so we just basically changed the retention factors. We left the 16 plus at 1,700. And then brought 11 through 15 to 0.8, which brought their retention amount to 1360. And then 6 through 10 at 0.6, and their retention amount being $1,020. Again, this does not include pay for performance. And then the years 1 through 5, we brought to a 0.5, and their retention amount would be $850. Again, we're seeing a lot of, and I think you guys are also seeing this, of years 1 through 5 are not sticking around, and we're concerned about the small amount. I think it was 525 was the original, or 425 without performance pay. And I think this would be a little bit more enticing for them, and we do know that it's going to cost you guys a little bit more money. But in order to keep those teachers around, this will hopefully be worth it. So that brought your total to 2.1. You guys started at 1.4. We also would like to propose all of the supplements get added that the committee has recommended, which brings the total amount for the district to $3,190,167. Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, I guess that has to be addressed.
I think we're just gonna put it in.
I need to drop that.
You want me to address it now?
Probably.
So the PLC committee that's newly formed is nowhere in the contract. We thought perhaps we need to make it an MOU, or would you like us to create language to include it in Appendix A working committees?
I think an MOU.
Okay.
So
right.
we
don't have the language yet. We'll do it at caucus.
Did want Gretchen to just kind of look, because again, I think on the onset, we wanted to try to show the entire package, entire scope of work. And so that at times can be lost because we're throwing a lot of numbers, right? And to get to the bottom line of the first part of the presentation there, which would be bottom line compensation for teachers. So if you could just indulge us for a minute, she will present some numbers that we ran in caucus.
Sorry. Let's throw it at us, Gretchen.
Sorry. Oh, yeah, sorry.
So we're looking,
Sorry.
so when we wanted to look at the total cost of the package presented this morning, the compensation piece that we spoke of with the retention of the performance pay came in at $4,946,405. Of that, the TSIA portion, or our own portion, funding it ourselves based on our base funding, was $3.5 million. As we said, the additional cost to the school districts is $1,407,665. So again, the total portion, including the benefits portion for that package, what we just said is kind of our cross-check, $4.9 million. When we look at the increase, when we looked at the increase for health insurance, we have to take into account what is the portion for SJEA, just how much is, what is the attributive effect. So when you look at the number of folks and the different bargaining units, SJEA, SJEA, and AMC, when we look at the increase, so the fund balance is going to cover, general fund is going to be paying this year with the increase $3,136,000. And then the portion coming out of the medical fund balance, 7.7 million. But when we prorate that out to the SJEA folks, it's 57% of our employees are in SJEA. So 1.7 million and 4.39 million is an additional, really, 6.1 million we're having to cover that is not on the table because board has to cover it for insurance. So when you look at the 4.9 million plus the 6.1, it's a total package cost of 11.1 million rolling forward. So we just wanted to show, because when we talked the numbers this morning, we talked about a 7%, but actually it's a 21% increase to the medical plan for the new school year. So we just wanted to make sure everybody was, there's a cost to it, but general fund's going to have to cover what's not on the table for bargaining.
We kept that to the salary benefits and insurance. There's also the diff pay, which is an additional million that comes from your board as well. So we have to work on this and do. I have the 4 copies of what we need TA on. We'll print off, you'll send it to Phyllis, we'll print off the other 3.
And you printed off grievance form.
Yes. No, the grievance form and stuff.
Salary selection. Okay.
Do you want me to just keep putting stuff in the general articles, or this is getting too confusing? Email them to Phyllis.
Okay.
How long do you guys have more on your side now than we do? So, what do you guys need?
An hour. Let's see, no. Jesse, all.
As of now.
Testing.
I don't know if we need the microphone. It's just Kelly out there.
Although, well, it's probably because they can't hear online. Yeah. Just because you probably can't, you talk pretty loud, Terry.
Testing.
She's making post-retirement plans.
Post-retirement plans.
What part of Europe is Europe?
He's a flight attendant. I know.
She'll be so good.
She would be perfect at this flight sim.
Okay, so I think we had Gaines MOU.
Yeah, you guys do.
Yes.
Yes.
So we are good with that.
Okay.
We'll just hang on. We'll just add it to our TA
Oh,
file
okay.
over there.
Okay.
And then did you have
They have 6,
6 and 10, or 10 and 6, or?
We are good with the changes to 10. We've had multiple asks on 6 that have gone nowhere. We will continue to monitor on our end the progress and what you guys would like to see. But I do want to remind you that has been our number one priority aside from compensation. And so we would, I don't know what it is that you're looking for, but I hope that we figure it out by the next time we come to bargain, because we're going to continue to be asking for those things. And I would encourage you to talk to the principals who are finding time in the schedule to allow for maximum amount of planning time, and have them help the other principals and figure out how to make that happen and make it equitable across the board is kind of our.
Okay, noted, you have that commitment.
Huh?
I said you have that commitment. That we would work.
Okay, perfect.
We have the game. I just want to put it on the table.
Oh, the games one.
We can just put them all over there so you can just TA.
I have a preliminary, I guess, before
Signing
Gretchen
party.
hits on compensation. It was
Yep.
something I guess I should have asked at the table before we caucused. When it came to taking the spreadsheet that we had done and changing the different percentages, is there a goal that your side of the table was looking for in terms of why certain percentages were adjusted the way that they were?
Yeah, I think it was that, yes, we still want there to be differentiation or decompression among the different levels, but the 1 to 5 teachers, especially with the insurance increase to the family plan, is going to cost an amount. I don't know what the exact amount is. I think it's like a little over $100 for the year. And so for them to only get $425, potentially $525, that doesn't provide them with much of an increase. And we also are trying to retain the teachers that only have 1 to 5 years of experience as well. And those seem to be the ones that are kind of leaving in droves. So we felt like the number that we asked for in that spread would be more enticing for those teachers that have the less experience. It just provided a better, more palatable number for them.
So in the, I guess we're trying to do this over a period of time. So in the philosophy last year was to look at, right, and try to provide and adapt and change from what the TSIA and that brought us, right? So at one point, those teachers in that category went $6,000, $7,000 over a couple of years, whereas if you were here, you saw a minimal increase. So we were trying to do that. So it's difficult to do both. We're almost in either one camp of trying to continue on, try to create or adapt from the compression, or go back to performance pay and put it all into performance pay. So so I thought our vision, and this is why we presented it the way we did, was to continue to try to provide ways to protect that group as well from what what had happened through the TSIA model or philosophy over a period of time. So,
Okay.
so it's hard to do both.
Right.
Or, well, it's possible, I think, to do both to a certain degree, notwithstanding the increase to insurance. So, so anyway.
Okay. All right, so first I just wanted to, when we came together a couple months ago and we did the presentation on the New Year money, we were looking at the budget, and we always show revenues coming in.
Are you handing out the uniform
He's got it. You both got it, because I didn't want to feel like I was throwing you
You're
across the way.
Sorry.
I'm just trying to make you get your workout in.
Anyway, just to bring you back to where we were, when we did the presentation back in March, March, with the new budget, with the revenue coming in, yes, St. John's coming in, yes, our portion of the new dollars, $36 million. But if you remember when we came back to the end, when we took out for the increases in the property insurance, the transportation, the resource officers, the utilities, the new ESE programs at the schools and our new schools. Remember, we were at a minus $12.5 million. So when we looked at these dollars, when we were coming back to the end game, was that's where we were at. I mean, we're running with these numbers and trying to come up with a package. It's the only thing we have right now. So we played with the numbers, we took error retention factors, and we changed them slightly. Coming back to when we looked at our teachers, who again, some of them, if we were looking at a 5-year teacher, they might have gotten already $9,000, and I know you're probably gonna be sick hearing that, but it's true. They started, at $39,000 and worked their way up, they've got $9,000 over that for the last couple of years. This would come in with if we did a point, and they would receive $578, and since 95% of our teachers are highly effective, they're out the door is going to be $678 for 6 to 10 years experience, $1,001, $1,115, $1,205, and 16 or more, $1,800. Because again, we were focused on the folks that were here with the most experience, and that's our largest group. So we've listened to what you said over the last couple of years, but we wanted to try and do something to decompress the salary schedule. So Phyllis, if you come down to the bottom, your previous proposal came in over 700,000 more. We don't have that. This comes in, if we play with those retention factors a little bit, 97,000 more, that's it. There isn't anything else in the budget. We got to take it from somewhere else right now. So you want to take that around with it and tell me how you want to spend it? There you go, but that's it. There's it. We want to make payroll, then we can't go over that.
Okay, so is that without supplements as well?
That's it. That's it. If you want to take supplements out of that, then you have the rest, what's left.
Okay.
Does anybody have any questions?
My only question is about the insurance piece that you presented before we went to caucus. So you have $7.7 million that's attached to the medical insurance fund balance.
Right, we're pulling it out of the fund balance, right?
And where is that being transferred to?
Nowhere. It's coming to cover the premium. So it's coming out of fund balance to cover the premium.
14% increase. It's a 21% total increase.
The insurance committee did not recommend a 21% increase. They recommended a 7% increase.
For the portion that's not covered by what's pulling out of the fund balance.
Correct.
But overall, the premium increase from this year to next is 21% or 11.3 million to the insurance. That's how much it has gone up in the last year.
That,
but we're only going to see the board portion and the employee portion is equal to 7%. Like we're sharing at 85-15%.
that's not what came out of the insurance committee recommendation. So I don't know why we're saying that we need a 21% increase.
That's the increase, Jay. That's the increase. from,
Gretchen, do you have the PowerPoint that you were showing us earlier that had the 21 point, the hard copy?
yes,
Yeah.
I mean, the hard copy full of here, yeah.
Well, no, just
The page.
the,
Oh, the PowerPoint, right here.
yeah, what she's got.
Hold on, I'll send it to Phyllis. Jay just sent it to me, we'll put it up on the screen.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know that you have to put it on, Wayne,
You want me to
put it
put it
on-
up?
No, go ahead, Mike.
Right, I'm not sure you have to put it up on the screen. I think the point is at that particular, thank you, at that particular insurance committee, which meeting was on April 23rd, 2024, the renewal for the plan was a 21.6% increase. The way they decided to get there, the committee, which, subcommittee, and who was on the subcommittee?
Nope, behind you.
Yep. And Kate, anybody else, just three? And Gretchen, okay. And so what they're, and of course, I would assume supported by Bailey Group, but the renewal came in at 21.6, and the way that they're going to get there, they've got to put $64 million into the plan. There was $52 million put into the plan this year. That's a little less than a 12% or a $12 million increase, was that they were going to take 7.7 out of the fund balance, and the balance of that, roughly 3.6 million, is what is going to be distributed at 85-15 between the board. That's how that happened. And so it was a recommendation to increase premium 7%, but in conjunction with an increase, or a decrease, excuse me, coming out of the fund balance of the plan of $7.7 million to get to a 21.6% increase to the plan. So it's basically the plan sucking up 2/3 and the board and the employees are sucking up the other third. And anybody on the committee want to? Is that accurate?
You're asking me to speak, I'm
Well,
speak, but I will tell you, I think it's the way that it's been presented from your side a couple times, because it seems very unclear. The understanding was, it was recommended by the actuary that we needed a 21% increase. The actuary does not take into consideration any excess fund balance, which is in the millions. We felt that we would be safe recommending a 7% increase. And then if it really does turn out that we need 21%, we have enough cushion in the balance. I think when you're hearing, like, I'm not trying to call it Gretchen. But
Sure, go ahead.
Gretchen said something about, and we're taking it from the fund balance. No, we're not taking it from
Yes,
the
you
fund
are.
balance. It's in the fund balance. We're using it from the fund balance, but we're not taking anything.
that's how you're balancing your budget.
Okay, so my question is that money being moved out of the medical plan?
No,
Okay, then we're saying the same thing.
we are saying the same thing.
Right, but, yeah, I'm saying it in layman's terms.
Well, that's uncalled for, Mike. That's really uncalled for. That you didn't need to make that side comment,
My
and
apologies.
thank you. Thank you. Just leave it at that. We're just trying to make sure we understand, this is a different way. This has never been presented to us this way. So it's different. All the years, we've never had this. This is new. So it doesn't make a lot of sense. And when we have very, very strong people who are sitting on this team, well, Sally included, and then Kelly, who's been on the insurance committee for as long as I've ever known, can, that's not what we were hearing. So what you're saying, it just is a confusion, and it is in layman's terms that we need that so that we are also able to explain it to our members so they don't think that they're getting screwed over.
So I apologize, so I should have said beginning with, it's a 21% increase when I started. I should have said that. But just breaking it down to this piece, the medical, this is only for the medical plan, it is going up 21%. I should have started with that.
We just need to focus.
So before you do that, Jay, did you want to talk briefly about what the overall cost? I think one of your questions was the overall
sir.
cost per
Yes.
year. Here you go, Jay, hold
So I think what you want to know is how much it costs someone, and I have a couple of examples. I'm going to start with the most expensive one. So someone were to choose hospital two, the increase for the total year, which is $20.77 per pay period, would be $394 per minimum per year. If they chose also the most expensive option for dental, it would be an additional $51 for the year, and then vision is $5.
But the important part to remember is this is not starting until January.
25.
So it's half. That was a piece that was just like half of that. So I think that's important because people will have the whole increase at the beginning of the year and it won't kick in. They'll have time to plan a little bit for what's going to happen.
That was the most expensive option. Would you like me to go over the basic option?
Please.
Can you repeat those most
Sure.
expensive up first?
So for the most expensive, it would be $394 for medical, $51 for dental, and $5 for vision. At the basic level, for family, it would be $300. For individual, only $76 per year. For dental would be $26. I'm sorry. Yes, $26 per year.
Individual or
And vision
family?
would be the same.
Individual or family?
Family.
$26?
Per year.
Dental single is $0, so that would.
Okay, just asking.
Yes.
And you have that.
Yeah, we do.
We just, I think was, to your point, what's the overall individual
Yes.
cost?
Yes. It's usually something we've talked about in the
Sure.
past.
Yep.
Thank you.
And that's the 7%.
Thank you.
So I think it's with you, so it's not, the compensation piece that Gretchen presented, it's not that we ignored or are ignoring the product of what came from the supplements committee. I think it's something over a period of time that we're going to address in whatever order that we get through, but we felt that the money that we had should and could go into the salary pieces at this stage, so. We will regroup on that. How long do you need?
30 minutes?
30?
30.
That's good.
committee. We're just gonna present that really quick. Hopefully it's in line with what you were thinking.
We do have another Emily. You want to go first?
Sure. Well, you go ahead and go first because we got.
So I think it came through, was the discussion on the middle grades digital tools. So this just captures that. I don't know that there's anything I can add to it other than to say that the funding's a year delayed, so it's based on data from the prior
Right.
year, so it takes some time for it to cycle through. So there's 10 copies here, and I'll see 4 to TA on if you're good with that. And then Terry has Article 1 based on the discussion.
Thank you. And this is just Article 1, trying to incorporate, right now there's a pending representation certification petition that's going to change some of the job titles that are included within the unit. Some of those titles date back to, I think Tammy can correct me, 1975 possibly. The titles that are included within that petition are titles that we've already reviewed and not disputed are included. And so what we tried to do through Article 1, which I'll pass now, is just capture the fact that that is pending, and if that is approved, then those members would be included too. And I think it's just under the excluded from unit language. Starts with the sentence notwithstanding, and see what you think about that.
Okay. If we TA this, can we bold it? If we TA this, can we bold it?
Is it? Yeah, bold or under.
It just looks like it's a different font. But
Right,
it's not a big
right.
deal, but just bold so that we know it's new language.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine.
So my question on the MOU for the digital tools, for number 4, it says the bonus will only be provided to the teacher employed by the district in the year in which the additional FTE membership is funded. Wouldn't that mean that it had to have been, like, you won't know if they pass it until that year is already passed? I know it says then there is a 1-year lag between the year in which the certifications are earned and the performance funding is available. So,
The intent of that is when the funding comes in.
Okay.
The teacher needs to be employed with us when the funding is received. So basically, the teacher would have to be here the year they taught it and the next year when the funding comes in.
that is not how AP, ACE, and IB funds work, correct? So why would we have a difference there?
Well, there's not a year lag on AP. Like-
There is.
There is, you don't get your scores
Not a full,
until,
no, it's not a full year, but it's
I think-
tested this year.
I would have to find out, but I am fairly certain in CTE world, there's a greater lag than there is with, we could find that out.
Okay.
We were just trying to make sure that we captured, like, in other words, you notice on the last bullet, it says the first group would be the teachers who taught digital tools the year we've just ended.
right?
But that funding source won't be available, I don't think until it's like next spring, or, I need to check, but it's a pretty good lag time.
Oh, so it's the funding source, not the scores
Right,
that you're
scores
waiting on.
come in, but then it has to be reported, and there's a pretty considerable lag.
Okay,
It's different from AP.
all right. Is that all you guys have on your end?
I think so.
Okay. Phyllis, if you want to give me the power again. So we just pulled, can you grab the 5-year plan?
I think you may have mine.
So PLC works, do you have the 5-year plan?
You have mine.
So, my computer doesn't want to connect. Yes, thank you. We just pulled verbiage from the year 1 established guiding coalition and made it into an MOU. Not too far. So the board and the association agree to form a PLC advisory committee whose purpose is to serve as an integral component of leading, inspiring, and supporting the change process to becoming a high-functioning professional learning community. The committee shall be comprised of teachers, school-based administrators, and district leadership representing a cross-section. Oh, that's a weird word. Of the broad range of school levels, a minimum of 50% of the 23-24 advisory committee members and those who meet specifically designed criteria shall comprise the committee. They shall meet monthly to discuss concerns and review/monitor to the 5-year plan that was recommended for the 24-25 school year. The committee shall make recommendations to the bargaining teams at least 2 times a year. Again, that's just pulled straight from number 5, which is establishing a guiding coalition of what, I completely am blanking on his name. Antonio, thank you, Antonio Scott. What he presented this morning.
Would you not want to say how many members?
We could add that. I was gonna put in 12 like we normally have in committees, but I was just trying to pull language from what was in here. But yeah, we're open to that.
So the 12-person committee.
Yeah, so we can just say here, maybe add a line of 6 teachers and 6 school-based administrators or district leadership. Are we good with that?
And the only reason I say is I think when you say a minimum of 50% shall comprise, I think you just got to specify how many.
Okay.
It's good to have a number. So you would just say 6 teachers and 6 school-based administrators and or members of district leadership.
It's normally in the committee language, isn't it,
It's
SJEA?
already in there.
Yeah, that's fine. Whatever the committee language is.
You can just mirror that line.
Okay. Somebody have the committee.
You need me to put it up?
I just need appendix A. All right.
Jake.
While I finish that up, we are accepting your counter with the exception, oh geez, that SLPs and school psychologists, we're not asking for their full $6,000 supplement, but we need to at least get them something for this year. And so we're asking for $1,000, which would total $113,000, which currently we don't even have 89 SLPs, so it would be more like $75,000. We're good to walk out of here with that, if you can
Make that happen.
make that happen.
You look confused, Gretchen. Accepting your proposal.
SLPs, just SLPs?
And school psychs.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
what I was.
So the total, there's 24 school psych positions for school psychs, and there's 89 for SLPs. There's currently, what was the number?
42.
What did you say?
Number of SLPs is
Yeah.
about 42.
About 42, yeah. So that gave us, I think, 75,000. 70.
42, 45.
I have too many numbers floating around on my paper, but
51.
oh, that's right. There's 51 plus the 24. So yeah, that's where I got 75 from.
Can I ask, so why those 2 groups?
They have increasing certifications that are required and increasing demands of the job. They're paid less than all competing counties per hour. If you break down even their advanced degree, most other counties are giving them some sort of supplement because of their jobs. And so we're just trying to somewhat compete. That isn't even going to make us compete, but they deserve something.
And those were the 2 top
Those were the 2 top
rankings.
rankings for supplements. as well, so.
So no change in job description, just a supplement.
That they've had? No, but I think the district is increasingly having a harder and harder time filling those positions because we're not competitive with other districts. I mean, we're now having to outsource our SLPs to contract hires because we can't find them for the district, so.
Yeah, well, I'm aware of the
Yeah.
difficulties in hiring, considering what I do. Also, they were recognized in the differentiated pay, both of those,
Mhm.
SLPs and psychologists. Okay, we'll take it.
So, for those psychologists that go from 220 to 186, is the proposal, I don't know if you included it, do you have something you're passing across with that in it?
For what?
What you just said, $1,000?
Oh, I just have the supplements list.
So we need you to write something
Okay.
and pass it across so that we can counter to you that for those school psychologists that go from 220 to 196, is your expectation that they would also receive the full 1,000?
Yes.
So you'll write that in there
Okay.
as well. But we don't normally just talk.
Okay. I'll get it.
Okay, will you send that to Phyllis?
Yeah.
So,
Do what?
How long do you need?
On that paper.
Oh, apparently not.
15 minutes?
She's saying she needs something across.
What do we
Yeah, we
need?
need- I
You
need-
have to put that in writing.
Right, that's what I'm saying, they're not gonna accept that.
You want to talk about it?
You want to ask them for that? Fill this out.
Yeah, can you guys give me
Yeah, there
this,
you go.
and then I can add it to that?
yes.
The list of,
That,
But that
The
will
compensation
change.
compensation
breakdown.
breakdown.
We'll
That'll
fix
change a
it.
little
Yeah,
bit.
we'll change it.
But Phyllis can change it.
Okay.
So if you want to send that language.
The
to her,
PLC.
And we'll add it to that.
Compensation?
Which one?
Psychologist and
Oh.
the one she's working.
Okay. No, she's working on the PLC thing right now. But yes.
15 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Jesse, I'm off.
Off voted now.
Oh, did you vote for
Wanted two mics, I'm sure.
Oh, I just figured it's good now.
that? So the PL,
Excuse me.
okay, so PLC, I think we're good with the MOU there. Instead of monthly, we said no less than 4 times a year, just because I think it'll be difficult times, January, December, depending on the month. But I think the spirit of it is we're good with. Okay, so for the compensation piece, so we went back to the original proposal that we had submitted to you. The numbers that we presented initially are really firm in terms of what we had approval to do through the board. We do feel that we have addressed to the best of our ability now the speech language pathologist school psych piece through diff pay, that some of them could get upwards, or not upwards, up to $1,600 stipend this year, supplement through the differentiated pay piece. And that was one way that we tried to do that. So we had looked at trying to adjust the figures in the 125 to make the difference for that, and just felt that this is a better way to do it for now. We do feel if we look forward in terms of what does differentiated pay, what does supplements look like ongoingly through hopefully the referendum, all right, towards the end of the year. But one of the ideas was to double the pot for differentiated pay and then better or more cohesively deal with that. So our proposal has that removed, same as what we had for the reasons that we stated. But with the pledge that we know it's something that we continue to work on. We also did address quite successfully, a lot of some of the gaps that we saw in that work with 7th period supplements as it came through Ms. Richardson and Ms. Carton's office. So we would look for this at speech language pathologist and psychologist sometime in the summer to see what openings and then address it through that form. And you know the figures that are associated with that, so 3,000, et cetera. And we did that this year, and I think we continue to do that until we have a betterment.
Just stand outside, stand in the hallway.
Is that
I think
everything,
that's
right?
it.
Okay. We just need to,
You can just step out.
a few minutes.
Do you want these? Here, look, this one, Morgan.
or bargaining negotiations altogether.
You'll probably need a new formula page. We need to do the spreadsheet. We need TA on that.
Everything else should be up there.
What?
Are there any other articles?
I don't think so.
I think they're them all. But everything,
The supplements article never got passed, but we can use TA on it because we're not making any changes.
That's what I was getting to.
Yes. So yeah, Phyllis wants to print that out.
Article 4?
Yeah, that was one of the very
Article 4?
first
Oh, I
ones.
must have missed it.
Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the first page.
Terry, I think, not necessarily we need all this, but we'll need a signature page, but do we do that after it ratifies, that the parties have ratified this agreement? We have to put that in the contract now.
I mean, and you would have it after. You mean put a blank signature page?
Well, we don't have to do it right now. I'm saying, once it's ratified, then we can just do
Oh, yeah, yeah.
both parties have agreed and we have the signature
And
page.
then you would, yes. And then
Okay.
you would have.
It would be in the back page of the contract. Okay. Somehow it stopped. Yeah, I know,
They want the specifics. I don't have that power.
it's like, we've gotten questioned on it, so.
Actually, you know what? I think 2 weeks ago, we had to do that.
Yes, freaking, like, why do they care?
Right.
There's so many things you don't even know what my poor office is trying to deal with. All the certification stuff. I think we're good, Jesse. You can-
I'm doing all the, I'm gonna check with